Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Welcome to Fantasy Football Blitz with your hosts Dave Tease and John Payne. Hey everybody, it's great to hear you. Not going to see you. If you'd like to call in to the show, feel free to at 847-931-1410, or feel free to text us at 505-926-1410, or chat with us on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. And all those listeners out there, feel free to subscribe on our YouTube channel. We'd love to get more views on there. Week 11 of our fantasy football season. It's getting to be crunch time for playoff teams. A couple, 2-3 weeks left, I'm guessing, before playoffs start. Our bye weeks are the Colts and the Saints.
Yep.
So get them out of your lineup.
Only two of
I'm
them.
going to be missing Jonathan Taylor this week. It's kind of been half my team. Not going to miss any Saints, that's for sure. And I guess we're going to start it off with you, Dave.
Well, there we go. We'll go to me. There we go. Can you see us on that screen there?
I can see me. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. You see you. How about this? Nope, that ain't working.
All right, well, we got it together again today.
Yeah, I'm having a little camera problems, everybody.
Again, if you guys would like to subscribe, please subscribe at youtube.com, WRMN. Now you're on, not me. Even better yet.
Yeah. Right now, I'm trying to get this all fixed out here. Can you hear me on your mic?
Yep. No, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? I wonder what's going on with that. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Why don't you talk? I'm actually having a little mic.
What do you want me to talk about? We can start with the 3 o'clock. This is what you're supposed to be doing the noon games.
Yeah, I know. We'll get started.
All right, let's get started with the Seahawks at the Rams at 3 o'clock until you're ready. Can we try talking to this?
Hello? Yeah, try that.
Hello?
One.
Nothing.
Yeah, I got you now.
Well, I didn't get nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, why did you switch headsets? We're
on.
having a little problems here, guys. Hold on a quick second. We're going to turn this one down. All righty. We got games today. You already got your bye weeks here. First set of games that we're going to have today will be Washington and the Dolphins. Wow, that's going to be held in Miami. Test. Yeah, I got you. That's going to be held in Miami. So, one of the things is that Jaden Daniels is back. No, he's not. Mariota is still his quarterback. Yeah. I think still got that injury there too. So Mariota will be your quarterback. I'm trying to work on that.
Okay, Marty will be your quarterback. That's good. And Merritt will be the running back.
Yes, he will.
I don't think McLaurin's going to be the receiver.
Deebo Samuels will be the wide receiver. No, I'm just trying to do some camera stuff right now. Okay, but back to this game here. Right now, this game, Miami is coming off a huge win over the Buffalo Bills last week.
Yeah, what was up with that?
Yeah, I know. They whipped them bad.
I mean, and a couple of weeks ago it was Atlanta, and then every other game they looked terrible.
Yeah. Unbelievable. It's like, well, it was a division game. So like you always say, division games are tough. They're a tough matchup, but I didn't see that. I don't think the world saw Miami going to whip up on the Bills. So with that being said, Miami is without, Hill obviously, but Waddle seems to be scoring every week.
Yeah, I think since Hill's been hurt, there's only been 1 week where he hasn't had at least 80 yards receiving.
Right.
So, I mean, he's He's showing signs of a number one.
H&M is tearing it up right now. I mean, the Bills secondary.
Good back.
The Bills secondary couldn't stop him when they passed the ball to him. They were that bad, but he's having a great year this year.
Yeah.
I would definitely, fantasy owners, start him and Waddle this week. Malik Washington seems to be stepping it up out there.
So is Malik Washington.
Oh, his brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I got to sit here with an English teacher. You're grouchy today.
I'm not grouchy. Thank God Chris Olave isn't playing this week.
Yeah, I know. Ole. I don't understand. I can't say this guy's last name. You know I'm bad with this. Greg Dulcich. Is that how you say it? Dulcich?
Let's go with that.
Okay. Greg Dulcich is their tight end.
Yeah, Darren Waller's still hurt.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be back in a couple of weeks. I hope so. I mean, for owners' sakes. But hopefully they'll get him back for the playoffs, fantasy owners.
And Tua seems to be staying upright this week. So if I fantasy owners in this particular game, I would start Tua. I would definitely start.
I would trade for him if I were you.
Yeah, guys. Everybody, John is trying to make the biggest trade here. This is in Miami. Washington defense just hasn't been producing, stopping anything lately. They're losing their games. They're 3-7 right now. It's not good for them. So,
well, it depends on which Dolphins team shows up this week too.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, Washington has been pretty consistent.
Washington has a problem stopping the run. So I think
and they're having a problem running the ball right now.
Yeah.
As a team. So
and Miami is going to run the ball down their throat. So I would stick with a lot of Miami players. I would definitely start Deebo Samuels. And McLaren, he's not playing again. He's just hurt. So, you know, that team is like Cleveland, not running out of options over there. So
Right.
I would probably try to stay away from Commander players this week. Second game is an interesting game. It's a division game. Bengals versus the Steelers. Steelers are in the hunt. They're in first place in their division. Baltimore's creeping up on them. Bengals, they just can't win games. Their defense can't stop the run. The defense cannot stop the pass. Their offense is Joe Flacco seems to be getting a little bit more protection this week and last week. Sorry, Cincinnati has weapons with you got to start Chase every week and T.
yeah,
Higgins.
I think he's had 25 targets the last two times he's played the Steelers.
Yeah,
T. Higgins has come alive since Joe Flacco's been there.
yeah.
So
So
he's actually has more touchdowns this year than Jamar Chase. I think it's 6-5. I mean, it's close, but T. Higgins wouldn't be a bad start this year or this week either.
yeah, that wouldn't be that bad. Also, too, is Aaron Rodgers, but he's
It depends on which one shows up too. I mean, it's at it's at the Steelers, isn't it? I thought it was at the Bengals.
no. This one's actually at Pittsburgh.
That's at Pittsburgh. I mean, then
Yeah, this one is in Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers, you know, he's got some great tight ends and he utilizes them. This week, I would against Cincinnati's defense that can't stop anything. I would, if you were a fantasy owner and you need a quarterback start, definitely start Rodgers this week.
I have Rodgers, and I have him in my starting lineup in the other league because I have Stafford against Seattle in that league and Mahomes at Denver, which is a tough matchup.
Yeah,
But I do like the skill position players for the Bengals this week. I'd like Chase to get a lot of targets, but Higgins seems to be get the couple deep balls, and hopefully Pittsburgh's secondary can get burned on that. But on the other side of the ball, like you said, the tight ends, Jalen Warren, he's not running the ball great, but he's doing everything well. I mean, he's not doing nothing great, but he's doing everything well. He's running okay. He's catching the ball okay. He's blocking okay. He's keeping Rodgers upright for the most part. And DK Metcalf, if there's a week that you're going to use him, this is probably the week because he's been all or nothing most of the year.
yeah.
So
And Rodgers, the receivers don't seem like they're getting open. DK Metcalf is had not a really.
well, he's
good
probably getting doubled.
Yeah.
because they have nothing on the other side.
Kayvon Austin is their other receiver. You know.
So yeah, Calvin Austin the third is he's kind of a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
But I imagine Pittsburgh will find a way to win. I imagine the Bengals will keep it closer than you think.
So if I was fantasy owners, I would definitely on the Pittsburgh side, I would start Freiermuth as a tight end this week.
I actually picked him up because Gadsden was banged up at the beginning of the week. Now he's going to play, so I got rid of Freiermuth. But yeah, I mean, he's been catching the ball last 3 or 4 games. He's looked really good where he was kind of silent the first 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was due to injury. I really don't know. I didn't pay enough attention. But this Darnell Washington they got, I mean, he was big at Georgia. This guy is massive.
I know.
What a target.
What is he, like
6'7",
6'7",
300 pounds. I mean, he's an offensive lineman that can get open. And he's got good hands. They're like just giant mitts, man.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, he's getting open in Friarmouth, like you said. And there's another couple there that are doing all right. But I think Metcalf is the start. But Rodgers probably won't key on him. He'll give him his shots. But they have to go deep on Cincinnati a couple times just to keep the safeties honest.
Chase and Higgins definitely start. Pittsburgh's D can stop the run, but they have a little problems in their secondary. So, owners, you got to do your studs, Chase and Higgins, and if you're desperate for a quarterback, Joe Flacco.
And Chase Brown's been playing good ball, but it's at Pittsburgh.
T.J. Watts is going. He's going to stop.
Yeah,
he's a beast.
That's the guy they need to control.
Right.
For Rodgers to have success.
Next game we have the Chargers versus the Jaguars. This is going to be in Florida. So there's actually 2 games in Florida. No, actually, Miami game, is in Florida. Yep, it is. So there's games in Florida this week. Chargers, Herbert, 1 touchdown last week. Tough game. Their running backs are...
Kamani Vidal, they did not do well last week.
No.
I expect better things this week.
Yep.
From the Chargers.
Jacksonville D is pretty good with their secondary, stopping the pass. So Herbert's going to have some problems.
I think their secondary is their weakness of their team.
You think so?
I think their front seven is the strength of that defense, rushing the passer. But and that's the only way I think that the Chargers go in there and waste those guys. But they're playing at home. It's always tough to go across country.
And also, too, on that side over there, too, with the Chargers, you got Quentin Johnson is questionable.
And he's been quiet.
Yeah.
I know he's been banged up, but he's been quiet the last 4 or 5 weeks.
He is questionable, so you might want to look at another option if you have him. And McConkey will play this week. Mm-hmm. So he's a good receiver.
And they got Keenan Allen.
They got Keenan Allen.
He's quieted down a little bit the last few weeks, but nothing like playing Jacksonville to get those numbers back up.
Plus, he's got some new tennis balls on his walker there, so he'll be able to go down the field pretty fast there, John.
Yes, he will. New tennis balls on his walker.
Yep. New tennis balls on there.
Good one, Dave.
Yeah. Jacksonville Jaguars. Thomas is out.
He's questionable.
Is he questionable?
Yeah, and I think he had 3 limited sessions this week, so they think he's going to play. They've got nothing else. He has to play. Everybody else is hurt.
Yeah. Well, they got Jacoby Myers over there now, so you got to remember that.
Again, they've got nobody else. Everybody else is hurt. Oh, it's right. You have Jacoby Myers, don't you? Weird how that works out.
Hey, John is grouchy this morning, everybody, so just ignore him.
I'm not grouchy at all.
Yeah.
I said I was going to be nice to you today.
You were mad this morning about the sandwich thing.
Well,
but Trevor Lawrence, he's just not.
He's not a good quarterback.
No, he's just not a good quarterback.
He's better than Cam Ward, and that's about it. Maybe Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
That's it right now. So far this year, he's not looked good. I thought he was a middle-of-the-road quarterback. I don't even know if he's that.
Yeah. When you got Thomas out, you also have Jacoby Myers back. Strange, their tight end, is out.
Still.
Yeah. The running game just is –
ETN
is not doing anything.
Yeah, but
he'll have that one burst. That's it.
Right, but – he's looked better this year than he has the last couple, I think. And Rochelle Tootin, he seems to be doing okay. Rootin' Tootin', yeah. But, Jacksonville's had a tough time. On paper, the Chargers should go in there and dominate this game. But I bet this game's within a touchdown or so.
Mm-hmm.
I maybe a 23-17, 27-20 kind of game. I mean... Chargers are banged up, man. Yeah. I mean, they've lost Alt and Slayton. They're both their tackles for the year, and I know they picked up that kid from New Orleans in the trade, but I don't know how acclimated he is to that offensive line, and I know that takes time. But Chargers have got their work cut out for them. I think more than people think.
Yeah, and I'm working on that. He keeps pointing over there. Yeah, Chargers, and they're in the hunt. They're 7-3, and Jacksonville surprisingly is 5-4.
Yeah.
So that's it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, but I think it's been their defense that's been keeping them in.
Next game, the Bucs versus the Bills. This is going to be in Buffalo. Hopefully, there's a lot of snow and they can't throw the ball or anything. Who knows? Weather changes all the time. But the Bills, wow, got it handed to them last week by the Miami Dolphins. We said that a little bit ago. You think they'll be able to bounce back from that humiliating loss? Or else they come back in this game mad. Baker Mayfield, having an exceptional year. He's doing good. He's fighting for his receivers, passing the ball down the field. Bills' defense, their secondary is terrible. They can't stop the pass for the life of it. They got a lot of injuries.
They seem to do pretty good against Kansas City a couple of weeks ago.
Well, yeah, that day, yeah, you know.
So, I mean, which Bills team shows up? Bosa's going to be all over Mayfield. The Tampa Bay's got nothing left at receiver other than Ibukwa. And Kate Oaten, like I said, we've talked about, he's came back a little bit.
Right. Definitely, you know, your usual starters in Buffalo, Josh Allen. He's rushing, but he's getting more yardage than he is passing almost. I know his receiving core isn't the greatest.
No,
you know.
It's not, and I think that's what's holding Buffalo back right now as far as offensively. I mean, James
they have
Cook and Josh Allen are definitely taking care of business.
They have no Kincaid. No Kincaid.
No, he's out.
He's out.
Mm-hmm.
He's out. So I think owners start.
And
James
Shakir's
Cook
been hurt. Shakir's hurt too.
Yeah,
I think he's going to play, but he's been hurt.
Yeah. So they're a little bit banged up. So it's going to be James Cook and Josh Allen this week again, like it was last week.
And the week before, and
the week before, and so on, and so on, and so on. That with all that stuff, Coleman is just like
he scored last week.
He
finally
scored.
Jim started him every week till he finally scored.
Yeah.
This could be a shootout. It could be, but I do believe the Bills are angry at what happened last week, and I believe they'll take care of business. I think they'll be very focused, and we'll see what happens.
They're at
with
home,
Baker.
so
and I loved watching Baker play, but I think he's going to be playing from behind.
Well, Baker does not have Godwin this week. He's out, and he does not have Bucky Irving.
And he hasn't had McMillan all year.
Yeah. Their receiving core is
and Mike
up.
Evans is done for the year. So, I mean, he's got Ibukwa, Kate Oaten. Tez Johnson's looked okay for a rookie. Not a big guy, but seems to get open. So we'll see what happens. But, you know, you got to like the Bills at home.
Yeah, Rashid Wright is having a really good year at running back, but he's still not like the bust out running back for him this year. White.
Oh, Rashid White. Yeah,
Rashid Wright.
Yeah.
You know, so. So, like I said, owners, I would watch your injury reports on that game because there is still a lot of questions.
Yeah, and also, if you've got Bucky Irving, I try to trade him.
Wow. He's
I've been
just
trying to get Bucky Irving and Jalen Hurts off. I'm just letting you know.
Next game, Bears-Vikings. Go Bears. What another come-from-behind victory with Williams doing that scramble for a touchdown. The week before, Loveland with that catch, and then two defenders bounce off him and runs it in. Are the Bears getting lucky, John, or are they just executing their plays at the end of the game and trying to get those victories?
Wow.
Good question.
I don't think the Bears are as good as their record. That's just me. I like what I see. I like the possibilities. They're a young team.
Mm-hmm.
They got some guys banged up, but I guess it depends on which McCarthy shows up, like the first game of the season. Is it the first half McCarthy?
Yeah.
Or is it the second half McCarthy? If it's the second half McCarthy, the Bears are in for a long day because it's at Minnesota.
Yeah.
I got to believe they'll exploit that defense this week.
Bears.
I think the Bears have been playing really well the second half of games and not so good the first half. The Bears have to run the ball this week. They have to run the ball this week.
Yeah.
If they can't run the ball, I think it's going to be a tough day for them.
Well,
I obviously am a Bear fan, and I hope the Bears win, but I got to think that Jefferson and Addison are going to feast on that secondary. Again, it depends on how they rush McCarthy and which McCarthy shows up.
mm-hmm.
But for a guy that was hurt for, 4 or 5 weeks, a couple of weeks ago, he came back and looked really good. And then last week, he didn't look so good.
Right.
So, again, he's a rookie still, basically. I mean, last year he sat. Technically, he was a rookie, but he's more of a rookie quarterback this year. So he's going to have his ups and downs.
Right.
But It's a tough matchup for the Bears. Those interdivision games on the road are tough,
it is.
man.
And Minnesota's D is actually pretty good. When Minnesota played Baltimore last week, they didn't start scoring until like into the third period, into the fourth period in that game. And since I had Lamar Jackson going, I'm like, what is going on here? So my Minnesota's D, they held Henry down to King Henry down to very little yardage. Their defense, they're good at stopping the run. Bears are going to have a little bit of problem, like you said, with the running game. The Bears also have some advantages. Other than they have DJ Moore is going to play this week. DeAndre Swift's going to play this week. All the receivers are playing.
Yeah, they should have their big weapons. You're right.
TJ Edwards is out in this game. That's going to hurt him a little bit on the defense. When you got two great running backs on Minnesota fantasy owners in this game, I think this is going to be a high scoring event this week. I would tee up all the receivers on the Bears if you got them. And same thing with Minnesota. You know, I would actually definitely do that. I think this is going to be a little bit of a shootout this weekend. I think it's going to be really good.
Right.
I think it's going to be an interesting.
And you could be
game.
wrong.
I could be.
You could be right. You could be wrong. But hey,
you could be right. You could be wrong. You never know. So other than that, with the injuries, Minnesota doesn't have really any injuries. You got Jones coming back, or he's going to be playing this week.
Yeah, he was decent
on the injury
last
report,
week.
But now he's back fully.
Yeah. His
His mama was at the game last week, giving him support over there, so that was good. You got family support there. So yeah, this game. Do you think? Yeah, I'm going to say this is going to be the over. I don't know what the over/under is. Hold on a second. I'll look that up really quick. They're actually saying this is going to be 45.5. I'm going to say over on that one, even though it's not one of my questions. Texans versus the Titans. Stay away from anybody on the Titans right now because they are not playing football at all.
Hey, you might want to stay away from everybody on the Texans, too. Although Davis Mills, did you know? Listen, I read this. Dalton Schultz, over the last 4 weeks, I think it is the number 6 tight end in fantasy football.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I said. Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I was shocked. I was shocked. Davis Mills gets the start this week.
Yeah. And he had a good week last week.
He didn't do bad.
He didn't do bad.
He didn't do bad.
He had a rushing touchdown. I don't even have to look that up. I know he had a rushing touchdown, and he was throwing the ball all over the place. I think he threw over 300 yards onto that one?
I don't know. I don't care.
You don't know and you don't care. I mean, 36 points.
If I've got to start Davis Mills, my team's in trouble.
That game went to the end.
Right. It was a good game. I remember that game.
Yeah, so 36-29. What's the final score onto that one? And Davis Mills, 292 yards.
So it wasn't 300. You were wrong.
Oh, 8 yards. Wow. Uh-huh.
It's probably on a penalty. He probably had
2 TDs, 1 rushing TD, 1 interception. Yeah, so it wasn't bad.
Who'd they play last week?
Jacksonville.
Awesome.
Yeah, so basically with Houston, they do have a lot of injuries with this one.
Obviously, Dalton Schultz has been playing good ball, so he must be a start. Nico Collins, I would think. And I would think that's about it.
Dalton Schultz, touchdown dependent?
I don't think so. I think he could get some yardage, too.
You should look that up. Tony Pollard's not existed. Like I said, stay away from anybody.
Who's got Tony Pollard in our league?
Ah, shush. God, I mean, he's just
weird.
He's just attacking me today, people. I feel violated.
Asking me questions.
The Texans, this is going to be a sloppy game. It's in Tennessee. Davis Mills, I don't think is going to be Davis Mills he was last week. You know? So we'll see how that plans out. They're hurting on the running game. Texans, they're not running the ball.
No, they're missing Joe Mixon, who knows what's going on with him. But if you're going to start somebody on the Texans and they're available, pick up their defense.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the number 1 defense this week to pick up in fantasy football.
And their kicker. We'll get back to the next 2 games. We'll make up fast. Panthers and Falcons and Packers and Giants. Interesting. And we're going to go to a commercial break here. It's a nice warm Saturday morning. We should be out there golfing, shouldn't we? We can see if we can simulcast live on the golf course if it's a nice day like this next Saturday. You know?
I mean, my golf game's as ugly as this show, so.
As ugly as you are, too.
Yes.
I think I'm going to take the cameras off of you here in a second.
Awesome.
We'll be back after this commercial break, and I'll find out why you can't see my pretty face on the camera right now. I'm going to
it's a good
flirt around with that one. I know you miss me, looking at me, watching me. And second half will be coming up here. And guess what? You got the second half of the games, but I got 2 more games to take care of, guys.
Well, that was confusing, but
Get some
see the
eggs.
second half.
Get some coffee. We'll be back in a little bit.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Building a house is hard, but have you tried removing one? Flood Brothers takes the mess out of demolition. With fast roll-off dumpster delivery, reliable debris pickup, and a family-owned team that takes service personally. Call 630-261-0400 or visit floodbrothersdisposal.com. Flood Brothers Disposal, proud sponsor of America's First Responders Fest.
Before the weather gets too cold, it's time to finish up those outdoor jobs. That's why ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and to the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power lines. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
They're simple, boring, never thought of until they're needed. They're windshield wipers. Only when Mary Anderson became annoyed that New York trolley drivers were stopping to wipe their windshield by hand did anybody do something about it. By attaching a spring-loaded arm to a rubber blade, one woman made travel easier and safer. Look to innovate and pass it on. From passiton.com.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
Alrighty, everybody. Welcome back to WRMN Radio 1410 AM and Fantasy Football Blitz, downtown Elgin, Studio 14, home of the Chicago Bears. If you want to call us in and talk to us, our phone lines, which are open, are 847-931-1410. If you want to text, you can just text us at 505-926-1410. Or if you want to make a comment on our YouTube page, you could always sign up, subscribe. That's just go ahead and hit youtube.com/@WRMN Radio. Second half is here to begin. John, there's somebody making a comment, has a trade question for you.
Yeah, somebody on YouTube has contacted us for some trade advice.
Who is it? Does it got a name?
It doesn't have a name.
Okay.
It looks like he's given up A.J. Brown, who came out in this week and said, if you have me in fantasy, drop me.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not good for somebody.
Yeah. So anyway, he's given up A.J. Brown, Travis Etienne, and Javonte Williams. So he's given up a couple of backs, decent receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back your buddy Saquon Barkley, and Drake London. What do you think of that, Dave?
Yep. So
he's giving up A.J. Brown, Etienne, and Javonte Williams. He's getting back Barkley and London.
London is hit and miss. Barkley is not doing anything. Well, yeah, neither is A.J. Brown. I think that's a fair trade. I would pull that trigger.
I think it's a slam dunk.
Yeah.
I think you do that trade in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
I like Javonte Williams this year, especially if it's a dynasty league. But Etienne's playing decent. A.J. Brown, again, he's more hit and miss than anybody. But, yeah, I would do that. I would do that trade instantly before the guy changes his mind. Actually,
you better hope the other guy ain't listening to the show.
Yeah, you better hope he's not listening. I would. That's a slam dunk for me.
See,
but anyway, go ahead with
really quickly. The second half is here. Panthers and Falcons. Panthers. Anyway, they're not really that good neither. Dow is back. He's off the injury report. He wasn't here. He was on it, but he wasn't out last week. He's kind of cooled off. Don't you think?
Who's that?
Falcons defense. They're here or there. They're just good one week and bad the next week. I don't know. Right now with this, London is banged up. He's not. He got a touchdown last week.
I have Drake London in my other league, and he's kicking butt this year.
Yeah.
I mean, Penix is finding him, even though I think Penix is kind of middle of the road. Bijan Robinson had some yards last week, but he is just not finding the end zone the last 4 weeks.
Nope.
I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if he's banged up and they're just not reporting it, but he hasn't looked the same. I expect him to get on track this week. Rico Dowdle's a top 10 play this week at running back.
Yeah.
I mean, look what Taylor did.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, gashed him. So I would think even on a not-so-good Panthers team that he's good for 100 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah. I mean, it's really tough to actually tell fantasy owners to start Robinson this week, I mean, considering he busted out the gates, bam, 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 and now all of a sudden...
Yeah, that Algiers been kind of taking over the goal line duties, and he's looked good, too. Maybe they're saving him for what, I don't know. But, yeah, Drake London's definitely a start this week, and you've got to start Bijan. I mean, how do you bench a guy like that?
Yeah.
Rico Dowdle's a good start. Ted McMillan, man, they're just passing. I don't know how they would say this, but Carolina's offensively challenged when they pass the ball, and that's what's holding back Ted McMillan.
You used that word last week, and you're using it again today. Offensively challenged.
No, I said you were mentally challenged.
Well, yeah, you did say that too. Okay.
I don't know that,
but offensively challenged.
I mean, wow. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, Dowdle is playing good ball, and Chuba's kind of taking a back seat to him. Which is the same thing that's happening in New England that we'll get to with Travion Henderson, who's looked really good the last 3 weeks.
This game is in Atlanta.
That game was Thursday that he looked good.
I mean, I would definitely you got to start Robinson, you got to start London, you got to start Penix, Dow. Those are guys I would start. Other than that, it's going to be a sloppy game. It's a division game. 5-5 Panthers.
Yeah, which Falcons D shows up? I mean, their secondary's played decent ball most of the year.
Yeah, they have.
So, it depends on which Falcons D shows up.
Packers versus the Giants. Packers have all the receivers back. Love. What happened last week was beyond me. That was a loss. It was a loss for Chicago fans loving it,
No pun intended?
Yeah, no pun intended.
Loving it?
They're loving it.
Yeah.
The Packers defense, wow. You thought they would be just stellar. Parsons there, and it's just like they're not really that good.
And there's another team that's offensively challenged lately. Since Kraft left,
Oh,
Who do they got to throw to? Everybody's hurt. I mean, Watson came back. Dobbs.
that's for you because I know you're going to cry because Kraft is
Yeah.
is out. Yeah, there you go. That's better for you.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate.
Yeah, Kraft is a big blow for them. Touchdown dependent, but Love has all of his receivers. Watson is playing. Dobbs,
Wicks.
They're all back. And then you lose Kraft. The cheese got spoiled there, didn't they? Josh Jacobs is having a moderately decent year.
Yeah, he seems to score every week.
Yeah, he seems to be getting those six pointers or those goal lines stuff into there. The Giants are in disarray. Scadaboo's gone. You have actually who's going to start?
Jameis Winston is the starting quarterback this week.
Well, I was wondering,
he's the starter this
how
week.
good is he going to do this week? Okay,
is it at Green Bay? I didn't look.
It's at Giants. It's in New York.
Giants. Well, that'll help a little
Slayton
bit.
is out.
Yep.
So Rondell Robinson is out there by himself running around. Their tight end Johnson is pretty good.
It's Theo Johnson. Yeah, I like Theo Johnson. Yeah, but
so whoever the quarterback is going to be running for his life back there.
Yeah, you got to think Green Bay is going to go to New York and dominate this game.
Yeah, I think they are.
I think so too.
After that loss last week, they are a little bit angry.
Yep.
And he's got, like I said, Love's got all of his weapons. Owners, I would start if you got receivers on Green Bay, start them. And if you got players on New York, sit them.
I would probably start Dobbs this week as far as the receivers go. Watson may get long on one.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Musgrave is not Tucker Kraft. Jacobs may be a start this week. I don't know that I start Love this week unless you need him. Just not putting up decent numbers this
Luke
year.
Musgrave, I'm going to tell you this right now.
He was drafted ahead of Kraft.
Yes, but he's also, too, is Love likes to use the tight ends.
I know.
So if a fantasy owner out there needs to pick up a tight end, I may really look into that, if I was an owner.
Good. Pick him up and start him. Then your team will be in sixth place.
Shots fired. Okay, just go ahead. You got the second half. Now I'm going to sit back
All right.
Eat my sandwich.
Now the real football starts.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Seahawks at the Rams may be one of the best games of the week.
Yeah.
Seattle has won 10 consecutive road games. Stafford is the hottest quarterback in the league. He's thrown 20 passing touchdowns and 0 interceptions over the past 6 games. There are versions of this game where it plays out as a fist fight. There's also a path to a shootout. This will be Stafford's most challenging task of late. I actually prefer Darnold here since Seattle should be pushed to drop back more than usual. We've seen the bulk of functional passing offenses accrue fantasy points against the Rams. Defensive backs aren't that great. Kyron Williams has a tough matchup. Seattle's allowing 3.4 yards per carry to running backs, which is second in the league. No running back has reached 70 yards of rushing in a game against them this season. Kenneth Walker has not reached the end zone since week 3.
Good.
Man, am I glad Marty didn't take that trade.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go. You're going to love this. Charbonnet remains
a good wine.
Touchdown dependent.
There you go. Scored last week for me.
The Rams have been vulnerable outside where Jackson Smith-Njigba has played 81% of his snaps. He's an obvious must start. And he should get more involved this week. Puka's been banged up the last 3 games, but it's tough not to start him. Devontae Adams left the game with an oblique injury late last week. He said he could have played if he needed in a closer game, but keep an eye on his status. He's 33, and we're at the middle of the season, so you can never take anything for granted. Adams has only one 100-yard game this season, but he has the most touchdown equity of any receiver in the league. Mm-hmm. I mean, Stafford's just looking for him at the end zone. I'm not high on the tight ends on either side of the ball. Maybe A.J. Barner gets in the end zone. But this should be a great game. If you're a football fan, it's just going to be a great game to watch.
Yeah, Barner is actually playing. He was on the injury list, but he was taken off. So I picked him up, but I might drop him. I'm not impressed with him right now.
A.J. Barner?
Yeah.
I like him. He's okay.
I mean, he's young. I get it, and all that stuff. This week, definitely Sam Darnold's having a great year. 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, but, I think that I don't think Seattle's played anybody the caliber of the Rams yet. I think they're going to get a wake-up call when they go down there.
Seattle's defense,
yeah,
I'm going to tell you this, was very good last week.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They played a really good game. I watched it. I loved it. Wish I had him on my team, but I didn't. And Sammy did, and he didn't start him. Okay, so here's a question for you. Darnold, Stafford. Who do you think has the most yardage right now between the two?
I'd almost say Darnold.
Actually,
although
Stafford.
I think Stafford's going to win the game, I think they're going to be playing from behind. They're going to have to throw the ball.
Stafford's beating Darnold on passing yards right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. So you got Nakua, right? That how you say it?
Yeah, Nakua's banged up. Adams is banged up, but they're both going to play.
Yeah. I would start them.
And Kyron Williams is going to have a tough time running the ball. So they're going to have to pass the ball, but it's at L.A. So I like the Rams to win, but I think it's going to be a great game.
Division game.
Yes.
I think it's going to be a defensive game.
Yep, could be. 49ers and Cardinals. San Francisco games average 490 combined passing yards per game, the second most in the league. They lead the NFL in passing plays of 10-plus yards per game.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers are still the only team in the league without a run of 20 yards or more. This is with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, he's the only one working on that team. Does Purdy come back this week?
This is a decent spot to get Purdy back. Arizona is 25th in pressure rate and 27th in sack rate. Arizona plays more to prevent big plays. So, I mean, you can pass on them. You're going to get time to rush the passer. Their line isn't that good, but they don't give up the big play.
No.
So that may have something to do with it. I don't know. No quarterback has been pressured at a higher rate than Jacoby Brissett since he took over in week 6. He's taken 18 sacks in those games, with 5 or more sacks in each of the past 3 games. He should get a reprieve on that front this week. Over the past 7 games, the 49ers are last in NFL pressure rate and 31st in sack rate. McCaffrey's had a pretty pedestrian year running the ball. Brian Robinson actually has looked better than him the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Running the ball.
You got a touchdown?
DeMarcado would be the only AZ running back I'd consider, and only if you're desperate.
Yeah,
San Francisco hasn't been good versus the run all year. Pearsall should be back this week, and along with Jennings and Kittle, they should shred the banged up Arizona secondary. No Marvin Harrison this week.
No, he's out.
Arrow up even higher for Trey McBride, who we both love, and we've been saying it at the beginning of the year. So
start Kittle this week. He's touchdown dependent.
Yeah, and the 49ers is
scored
mediocre. If they've been playing this year, they should beat Arizona.
Yeah. I think you start to see a little bit of healthy 49ers coming back. Division game, watch out.
Ravens and Browns. Lamar Jackson will likely have volatility down to down here because of the nature of the Cleveland defense.
Yeah.
And their approach with them, but could ultimately still end up with a potent fantasy scorer. Obviously not starting Dylan Gabriel unless you were already bottomed out.
I wouldn't start anybody on that team.
Tough matchup on paper for Derrick Henry. Henry's had only 2 good weeks for fantasy managers this year. And the Henry train may be finally starting to slow down.
You think so?
Who's got him?
Shush it.
John Judkins is the only offense on the Browns have right now. And NFL teams know that. He's averaging 3.1 yards per carry. No Rashard Bateman this week.
Nope.
Which could push a few more targets to Zay Flowers. I like Flowers this week. I could see 80, 90 yards on a touchdown.
All right.
Not a fan of any Brown wide receivers. Mark Andrews needs to find the end zone to be relevant this week. And it's pick the right tight end on Cleveland as usual, either Fannin or Njoku.
Yeah.
I mean, they're hurting fantasy owners by them not trading Njoku.
I wouldn't. If I had anybody at Cleveland, I wouldn't even start them. Last time these two teams met in Baltimore, 41-17 Ravens, but Derrick Henry had 23 rushing yards, no touchdowns.
Yeah, his time.
Pretty bad.
He just. I know it takes. He's got to square his shoulders and hit the hole, and he gains speed, but he just looks slow to the hole this year.
Yeah,
but that could change with Lamar Jackson back. Take a little pressure off. So.
A lot of division games this week.
Yeah.
Next one coming up is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. Chiefs and Broncos. Denver has won 10 consecutive home games. Here's a fun fact. The Chiefs are only one of 3 teams without a play over 50 yards this season. You know who the other 2 are? Cleveland and Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Mahomes has a tough spot this week, but Denver will be without Patrick Surtain and Singleton, their linebacker. If you need him, start him. If you have another option with a better matchup, use it. Knicks has been better of late, excluding last week, but has a tougher matchup this week versus KC. KC can be had on play action, so that's his recipe for success. He's been terrible downfield. Both quarterbacks are probably QB2s for me this week. With J.K. Dobbins injured last week, I don't expect R.J. Harvey to be as good as Dobbins was in the running game, but this could force Denver into a more consistent play style. When you watch Denver this season, they have no true identity on offense. On one play, they'll be playing power football. The next play, they're running wide screens and design plays behind the line of scrimmage like a college offense. So early signs point to Isaiah Pacheco missing another week out of the bye, lining up Kareem Hunt with another week as a touchdown-dependent running back. Not a huge fan of wide receivers on either side this week, given the matchup, but tough to stay away from Rashee Rice, especially since they're giving him so many opportunities since returning. Tight ends are mostly touchdown or bust this week. A lot of sites I've seen have this game 2017, 17-14, a low-scoring game.
No Pacheco.
I think
Denver's D's been playing good. D.
I think Mahomes could take care of that secondary without issue, but they rushed the passer so well, and that was proven with Joey Bosa and Buffalo when they just mauled him.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have any time to throw. So this is a tough one.
Projected weather 70 degrees tomorrow with 6-mile-per-hour winds at that game because it was cold and windy last week for them. So,
all right, we got 2 more games to get through quick here. Detroit at Philly, another good game.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts has not rushed for a touchdown in 3 straight games. But I honestly like Hurts this week. I think both teams will need to put up points. I like Hurts better than Goff this week. Goff's best games have come versus weaker teams. Philly's not a weak team defensively.
No.
Not a huge fan of the start of Goff. Barkley may have a tough matchup this week. Detroit has only allowed 1 running back, 1 score this season, and a season-high 82 yards rushing in a game to an individual back. There's only 1 back's gotten 82 yards.
Right.
So they're playing good deep. Philly hasn't allowed a 100-yard rushing game this year, but has been vulnerable to running back in the passing game. That's why I like Jahmyr Gibbs a lot this week.
Yeah.
Tough matchup for Detroit receivers and Philly DBs. It's a strength on strength. They're both good, the receivers and the DBs.
Yeah.
So I like St. Brown to win a few of those, and maybe Williams gets long on one. Philly can pass the ball in Detroit, and that's what I expect to happen. I think A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith get going this week. Wide receiver 2 is more likely, though. Tough matchup for Goddard, and Laporta's out this week.
Yeah, Laporta is definitely out. I was going to mention that. Big hit.
That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt.
Yeah. I'll tell you this right now, fantasy owners, I know you don't have everybody on these 2 teams, but really quickly, I would start everybody in this game if you have them.
That'd be just fun to watch.
Yeah.
Cowboys at Raiders. I like Dak this week versus a bottom half pass defense on paper. I say that because the Raiders have been a bit tough to score on through the year. If you need to use Geno Smith for some reason, this would be the matchup to do so. As long as Javonte Williams sees a lot of carries, he should be a good start. As bad as the Raider offensive line has been, it's just gotten worse with the loss of 2 starters the past few weeks. Genty will have a harder time before contact. I expect another average game and maybe a touchdown for Genty this week. I do like Lamb and Pickens this week. Raiders have been touchdown stingy to wide receivers, but I think that changes Monday night. When Tyler Lockett is your top wide receiver, your team's in trouble at that position. Enough said. I like Bowers this week for Vegas. That's about it. Maybe Genty. Ferguson. Touchdown dependent.
Yeah, touchdown dependent. Hey, guess what? Lockett got new wheels for tennis balls for his walker there. So
yeah,
he can be going down the field,
when you sign Tyler Lockett, he's your best receiver, man. You've got issues. You've got issues.
That is. And, this game is in Vegas. Dallas is starting to come around. Their defense is getting a little better.
They've got Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson in that trade. And that Quinnen Williams is a run stuffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I'll pick Dallas on this game, and it's going to be the Raiders are going to get picked apart by that wide receiver core there that Dak Prescott has, and Prescott's having a stellar year. Start Prescott, start CeeDee Lamb, start Pickens.
Maybe start Ferguson, start Genty.
Yeah, Genty had a good week last week.
Start Brock Bowers.
He scored last week, too.
Yeah, he did. Time for a 2-minute warning.
Here we go.
I went 7-3 last week. Graham went 4-6, and I wanted to give him crap about the Dallas Goedert Hunter Henry thing, but he snuck away to a soccer game this week, which is a little unfair to me.
Well, he's in a soccer tournament. Good luck to him.
Yeah,
so,
good luck to Graham. And you went 5-5, so you actually went 500. That's great.
I know.
That's better.
Stepping up, man. Moving on up.
All right, 2-minute warning. Are you ready for my questions first?
Go ahead.
Does Rico Dowdle rush for 85 yards or more at Atlanta?
I'll say yes.
I will too. Does Caleb Williams account for 3 touchdowns versus the Vikings, rushing or passing?
I'll say yes. I think this is going to be an offensive fun game to watch.
I'm going to say no. Will Aaron Rodgers throw for 250 yards or more versus the Bengals?
Yes.
I'm going to say no. Who wins, Rams or Seahawks?
Seahawks.
I'm going to say Rams. Over and under in the Chiefs at Broncos, 44.5.
I'm going to say under.
So am I.
We only agreed on 2 questions?
We agreed on more than that. 1. Yeah, 2 questions. Yeah.
You need to do tennis balls for your water. Okay, my questions are, will Jalen Hurts have a rushing touchdown this week?
Yes.
Yes. I say yes, too. Hopefully, but I'm not starting.
4 games in a row would be great, but yeah.
This week, I'm not starting him, though. Who will win, Kansas City or Denver? I really do like this game a lot.
Kansas City.
I'm going to say Denver.
Good. You're going to be wrong. I hope.
I don't say this stuff to you when you.
I know.
Okay, you know what?
Just a little added bonus.
Go ahead, be mean today. Will Caleb Williams throw for over 200 yards?
Yes.
I'll say yes, too. Detroit, Philly, over under is 47.5. I'm going to say over.
So am I. I hate agreeing with you.
Okay, this is an interesting game.
I'm dumbing down.
You're dumbing down. There you go. The new word of the day this week,
I'm dumbing down.
It's unbelievable. Will Baker Mayfield throw for 220 yards and get 2 TDs?
Why do you add that? Why don't you just say 220 or 2 TDs? That's
Okay. How about this?
I'm going to say yes. I think he'll get 2 TDs, and I think he'll throw for 220.
Okay, good. Because if I miss one of them, I'm wrong, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's why I just limit it. But I think he's going to do both. I think he'll throw for a couple touchdowns.
What do you act like that guy in the card shop? What does he ask those questions? They don't get it. Guess who's back?
How would you know it's the guy at the card shop asked? You're not allowed in there.
You told me. You got a blabbermouth. There's a telephone, telegraph, and telejohn. If that's how you want to get rumors out there. What I almost forgot to say.
Actually, that was a good one.
Thank you.
That was a zinger.
Zinger. But I forgot to say this last week. Who came back as a kicker? Egg Foo Young is back, and he's the starting kicker for the New York Giants. Good luck, Egg Foo Young.
Wow.
Yeah. What are you up to this weekend?
I am up to not smoking.
There you go, John. Quit smoking. He's on it right now. But he'll start with the Chicago Bears game. We're just like,
Bobby Jones.
But listen, you guys can listen to the Chicago Bears on WRMN Radio, 1410 AM. Turn on the dial and listen to the game. Turn the TV down because when I'm driving around, I can listen to the game.
That's what I do when I watch Red Zone. I don't listen to Scott Hansen. I just turn it down and watch the games. Listen to myself, Yak.
So remember that. Hey, it's been another fun week with John and me here with Fantasy Football Blitz. Hope we're helping your teams out because mine is in 4th place. John is in 1st place. I will admit that right now.
Oh, he's going to be a 6th place team soon.
Oh, that's going to change. That's all. I'll be
if
back.
you make that trade, it might change.
I'll be back.
Hey, you know what this is, Dave?
What?
That's opportunity knocking, man.
Really quickly, tell him to trade.
There is no trade yet. We didn't started.
Oh, yeah. Well, you want
Kyron Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You want the world.
Exactly.
Yeah. Used car salesman. That's what he is, guys. Good luck, everybody. Have a good weekend. Enjoy the nice weather. Stay out of trouble. Good luck with your teams. And check your inactives before the games start. You need to know who's playing and who's not. I hope we helped you. We did the best we could. If anything goes wrong in your team,
and you actually did the best you could.
Blame John Payne if your team is bad because he is giving you bad advice. The trade question was a great question. Hope you guys pulled the trigger on that. Good luck.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash. And see why Britain's touchless car wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
More from townhall.com.
Hey, it's Mike Gallagher, host of The Mike Gallagher Show. I don't mess around when it comes to saving you money. Right now, rates have dropped to the lowest level in over a year and a half. That means if you bought your home or refinanced in the last 3 years, you could be saving hundreds of dollars every month. Lower your rate, lower your monthly payment, even kick that pesky PMI to the curb. And get this, you can skip 2 full months of mortgage payments. But that's not all. Fellowship Home Loans just rolled out something incredible. Their very own HELOC and lines of credit. Approval in just 5 minutes. Money in your account in as little as 4 days. It's the easiest system you've ever used. You can do it yourself online. Whether you want to pay off bills, tackle a home project, cover education, or even a wedding, Fellowship Home Loans makes it simple to leverage the money that's already sitting in your house. Just go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, or call 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453. Fellowship Home Loans, mortgage lending guided by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
With the end of the longest U.S. government shutdown, federal and state officials are now racing to catch up on handing out food stamp benefits.
The SNAP program has proved to be one of the most impacted from the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program serves around 42 million people, about 1 in 8 Americans, in lower-income households. A series of court rulings led to a patchwork distribution of November benefits. While some states had already issued full benefits, about 2/3 of states had issued only partial benefits or none at all. While some SNAP recipients have received their full monthly benefits, others may have to wait up to a week. I'm Karen Shamas.
Things are getting back on track slowly but surely at the nation's airports. The FAA is rolling back some of its restrictions on commercial flights that it had implemented during the shutdown. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Dr. Michael Oren, reflecting on Israel's current situation this week in an interview with the Salem Radio Network. He said, right now, the Jewish state is a good place to be in the aftermath of the recent war with Hamas.
We don't have ageism. We don't have that much sexism. Young people have older people as very good friends, and I'm speaking personally, and no one thinks twice about it. So And I don't know, I think there's still a deep respect for people who have been through life, who have acquired a tremendous amount of experience.
Utility companies are producing some big forecasts about the amount of electricity they'll be needing to power massive new data centers expected to spring up around the country to fuel the fast-growing AI economy. The forecasts are setting off alarm bells with some about whether they can actually be trusted and whether utilities may be counting speculative data center projects when they shouldn't. More.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Welcome into AM 1410 WRMN. I am your host, Mike Napolitano, alongside my co-hosts Dalton Cooper and Nick Johnston on another edition of On the Rise. Here's a part of your River Media Network Sports Saturdays. Sports. Live from Studio 14. Gentlemen, how was your week? How are we doing? I love the threads over here. We're rocking.
I love how both of us have said it to Nick. Like, Nick, I didn't even know you were a puckhead, and here you are rocking the threads, man.
Well, it's a very important week for a certain Duncan Keith.
Yeah,
so,
it is. That's a nice little trending topic right there. Yeah,
someone saw it.
Almost forgot.
We'll get into that. We're gonna, of course, start out here with football as the Chicago Bears continue to win ugly, although they did say that they had them right where they wanted them, right? So, this was, I don't think exactly what Bears fans wanted to see in yet another win, but progress, maybe?
I'll take it.
Yeah, a win's a win. A win's a win.
Don't apologize for a win.
Yeah.
You don't ever apologize for a win.
No, absolutely
Can't
not.
do it.
Especially not in the locker room. We had that emphatic speech from head coach Ben Johnson.
That was
was
great speeches.
Taken right from was it Cubs Hall of Famer? I can't remember who the speech was taken. It was I'm gonna have to look that one up. But
man.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
I didn't know what he was doing in
I had no idea either. I'm with you. I didn't know that was like I don't want to say a ripoff, but I didn't know that was like a
callback. Yeah.
A tip of the hat to to a Cubs legend, if you will.
It was, and I'm even trying to think of his speech in general. Now I'll find it in a second here. But Bears get the win, 24-20 over the Giants, who were 2-7. Ended up being 2-8. So close to being 3-7. They almost had it.
They could be like 4 and they could have been. They could be 500 if you look at some of the games they lost.
They blew that Denver game.
The Dallas game. Yeah. I mean,
regardless, though, the Bears are a coach killer.
Yeah.
The New York Giants firing their head coach right after that was announced, I believe, either Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah.
And the Giants wasted no time making a replacement there. You kind of have to, right? I mean, I'm not saying that the Bears are a bad team to lose to by any means. I mean, Bears are sitting tied for first place in the division right now with the Detroit Lions, who I think everybody predicted to be taking the NFC North, despite how close of a race it was going to be. But if you're the Giants, something's got to stop. The bleeding's got to stop. After you had a good team on the ropes, and you just lost it.
Yeah, Jackson Dart had a nice day against the Bears, and it was looking good. I don't want to live in the NFL, but it does look like if he was to play the rest of the game, maybe the Bears don't squeak that win out. But again, we're in the NFL. That's the big difference there. Right. So out comes Russell Wilson, doesn't do jack, he doesn't do anything. And exactly that. The Bears are able to capitalize, which is great. Love hearing the clutch, potential Caleb Williams' clutch. Those conversations are nice. I'm going to pull them back just a little bit because, again, it's lack of talent. We've seen other teams kind of, get through these Giants teams late in games, so I don't want to jump the gun. But, however, again, it is really nice to see, again, just more progression, more developing. Another nice win for the Bears. Again, even though it's cardiac Bears a little bit right now, getting us all over the place. But it's that difference right now where going down in that fourth quarter where the Bears could have just scored a field goal to tie, and instead they scored a touchdown. And it just, amongst my buddies, we're just sitting there like, oh, they scored. Oh, they scored. They scored a touchdown to take this lead. This isn't just a tie in the game to go into OT and let's settle.
Right.
We're actually going to go ahead and get this win. So it was nice to see that. It was nice to see the nice 1-2 punch with Swift and Monungai. Again, just seeing hopefully Luther Burden becomes Alamide Zacchaeus' touches, because Alamide was having a horrible day. You clearly saw in that 18-yard rush, 18-yard touchdown by Caleb. Could have easily probably tossed it to Zacchaeus, but after 3 horrific drops, I wouldn't have trusted it either. I would have tucked my head down and went for that touchdown as well.
I think the Bears had 6 total on the day too.
Yeah.
It felt more like 8 or 9, but I think they counted it as 6. There was a couple that rollout to the right where he had DJ Moore in the end zone. That throw was elite. I think there's maybe 3 guys in the league that can make that throw.
And again, that was in just awful conditions, awful, just all the wind that was blowing.
I was hoping we got more snow, to be honest. I was hoping for a snow game. I was hoping for it.
That would have been nice. That would have been nice.
Another thing I liked about this game, I don't know about you, but they cut down on the penalties. Only had 3 penalties this game. So I think that's the first time all year we've been under 5 penalties in a game, which is fantastic.
Oh yeah.
And we didn't have any turnovers.
Nice.
that was the key in the game, was that Jackson Dart fumble when he got injured and everything. And that kind of flipped the momentum a little bit too. And also Brian Daboll kicking a field goal from the 1-yard line. Very questionable call. From the Giants standpoint, I don't know how in the world you keep Joe Shane. I have no idea how in the world they didn't fire the GM with the coach.
Yeah.
The guy that traded Saquon or got rid of Saquon Barkley still has his job, which is amazing.
Not very often
you
do I
got to
find
think
myself.
that's coming, though.
Maybe.
Right?
No.
He's not on any kind of hot seat.
He's going to be he's leading the head coaching search is what Mr. Mora announced earlier this week.
Yeah. I didn't see that. Well,
Nico Harrison gets fired
but
this week, and he's the guy that traded Luka, and the guy that traded Saquon Barkley has yet to lose his job, which is just insane, even though he didn't even trade him.
Time's ticking. Don't worry.
It's
not very often do I find myself agreeing with Colin Cowherd, but it was one of those things where he says, a little bit of a head scratcher with Brian Daboll firing. I would have maybe waited till the end of the year.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with that take too.
Yeah, he just goes, you probably shouldn't fire the best coach that you currently have on the payroll. So
yeah, ask the Jets how that worked with Robert Saleh. Exactly.
You don't even have to stick in New York to ask questions about that. You could come right back here to Chicago and ask, how did it go last year, where it was a completely different situation, where it was, and some people are still out on Ryan Poles as a GM, and there's still some questions that genuinely need to be answered, and we'll see how this Bears team progresses. But last year it was the coaching. So for the Giants, it's kind of the opposite. It's like the GM should be gone first, but they're in that similar carousel that we've seen here in Chicago for a number of years, where it's like, okay, head coach is out, let's start new. Oh, okay, that didn't work. Quarterback is out, let's start new. Oh, well, that didn't work. So head coach and quarterback aren't working, let's move the GM. Oh, but now the GM wants their guys in there, so let's restart the cycle once again.
It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, it has been, a blessing to see that the Bears have somewhat figured it out here, and Caleb and Ben Johnson, those are your guys for the most part for right now. Maybe Ryan Poles is too. 220 yards from Caleb this past Sunday, which I think still puts him on pace to hit that 4,000 mark. So doing all right. Like I said, though, still winning ugly. I did want to go back to that quote. It was actually Cubs Hall of Famer Billy Williams who said it first, but then Ben Johnson said it in this last week's post-game celebration in the locker room. He said, good, better, best. I'm going to use his words to kind of evaluate this Bears team, and you guys tell me if I'm right. I would say they're good was maybe 2 to 3 weeks ago within that span, maybe even a little bit before that. Right now they're in the better.
Okay.
And they might stick in the better throughout the whole rest of this season. I think we are a long way from seeing their best. I at least hope that's the case, right? Like this can't be the best for a Bears team because what you're building towards, of course, is a Super Bowl and even just a playoff contender. And I don't think you're anywhere near that if you're coming from behind against a Giants team. Like we said, a win is a win. But you need to have that. I'd like to see that dominant win from the Bears where they lead from the first quarter. They play a full 60-minute game, and not to transition too far because I want to get your guys' thoughts, but I think that's what has to happen this week with a big revenge matchup on the table.
No, it's a fair assessment right there. Again, exactly that, where you haven't felt comfortable watching these Bears necessarily,
Right.
where exactly that. It hasn't been relaxation, put your feet up, it's time to, they score here, they score there, they score that. No, it hasn't been one of those cases where it's exactly that. It's a little bit of head scratching here, a little bit of celebration over here, but then it's also just like, what are you doing over there? Exactly right. So it's
like you said, they finally started commanding the game with touchdowns rather than just field goals to tie it.
Yeah, they were 3 of 4 in the red zone this game, which is a nice change of pace. But yeah, the complementary football has yet to make its way into a game for the Bears, I think. Like that, where it's, like to your point, where it's the defense, the offense, and the special teams all on the same page, all firing at the same cylinder, everything in between. But I think that's a good thing, because as you build momentum throughout the season, you don't want to peak too early. We see this all the time. We see teams, start to peak a little. I think the Jaguars are a perfect example of that. They beat the Chiefs a couple weeks ago on Monday night, and all of a sudden they're reeling. And I'm not saying we're the Jaguars. I think we're a better team than that. But I think this is a good thing. I think building small little bouts, throughout the season are a big thing. And plus, I mean, we haven't had, and we being Chicago have not had a lot of momentum to build on in recent seasons to begin with. So the fact that they're building that to go forward, and just the fact that they are in that little graphic that comes up on the screen that says in the playoff hunt, because they're in the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're even in that, it gets me excited on Sundays, just a little bit.
Bears fans will remember that we've seen that graphic in previous seasons, and I think every Bears fan just kind of laughed at it. It's like even last year, even with all the coaching problems, I saw that graphic thrown up maybe in late November or December, and it's like, really? No, absolutely not. 2 years ago, I think 3 years ago, it wasn't realistic.
I just got a chuckle out of it because it was always just a funny visual, like bears going hunting. Like,
It's rabbit season.
The tables have turned.
Switcheroo,
It's duck season.
It's
I'm sure AI can generate something.
It's Yogi and Boo Boo going for the picnic basket. The picnic basket.
Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, you got to do the voice. You can't just say that.
Hey, Boo Boo. But no, I mean, we're talking this is finally where, and don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing that, the Bears aren't at their best yet. This is very similar, and we're going to get into some Blackhawks talk later on in the show. This is very similar.
God, I hope so.
Yeah, right. Well, this is very similar to our hockey team here in Chicago, where these rebuilds are kind of taking that same timeline. We're kind of in that same step in the Bears rebuild that we are in the Blackhawks rebuild. It looks very different because it's a very different sport. Maybe one team is a little further along than the other, but neither are supposed to be at contender level yet, but they're making the progress that they're supposed to make. And honestly, if you want to look at the bright side of things, I think even more progress than they should have made at this point. Maybe not so much the Bears. Maybe the expectations to be here, maybe they're even a little late on it. I don't know, depending on, how you look at how last season went.
Schedule.
Yeah, but I would say right on schedule for the most part, not too early. I think the Blackhawks are a little early, and that's fine by me. But this Bears team is right where they need to be.
Yeah, it's hearing scary comments. I don't want to compare them to the team that's won a bunch of Super Bowls recently, but even guys like on the Chiefs, like Steve Spagnuolo right now is telling the media, like, us on the defense, we haven't even hit our stride. So it's kind of that same mindset across the board where other teams are trying to figure that out. Are we figuring out our stride? They're probably having that same conversation. Like, is our good the best? Is our best the best? Exactly that. So
the season doesn't start until Thanksgiving anyway. Like Thanksgiving and the last 4 or 5 weeks of season, that's when that's like the make or break time anyway. So I mean, you've seen plenty of teams.
Yeah, we know the contenders. We know the pretenders by now.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's kind of when you get those teams at the bottom, they punt, they start looking for next year, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think, like you said, though, leading into this week, it's a big week. This is going to be a very telling sign of how things are going to go moving forward, I think, by the result of this game.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Tomorrow at noon, it'll be the Bears and the Vikings. This will be the first matchup since the Monday Night Football game to start the season, in which Bears fans will remember having the lead and then, like I was kind of alluding to earlier, not playing a full 60 minutes and having that lead snuck away from them in the final moments. I think it was mostly in that fourth quarter, maybe a little bit in that third quarter where J.J. McCarthy really turned things on. For the Bears, J.J. McCarthy might not be in for this one. There's still some question.
Hand problem at practice or something, which would be great if he's not, because you're getting a freshman. Listen to me, a rookie, a redshirt rookie, basically.
Right.
But I can't remember his name. But
you also have Carson Wentz on the IR.
They don't have Nick Mullen anymore?
No, Nick Mullins is out of town. Yeah.
The quarterback status for this Minnesota team is rough. And Minnesota is sitting at 4-5, so just below 500. And last in the NFC North.
Max Brosmer is their backup right now, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But also 1-3 at home, so it doesn't seem like home field advantage has been on their side all too much.
This one will
and
be in Minnesota.
Only being in Minnesota, the Bears fans can travel. It's not out of the question. So hopefully it's not just a sea of purple. I think we can get some Bears blue in there.
I would hope so. You're going to get some Bears blue right here on AM 1410 WRMN, because you are listening to the home of Chicago Bears football throughout the 2025-26 season. You could tune in tomorrow at noon. Actually, even before noon, coverage will kick off here on AM 1410 WRMN, so you can listen right here to all of your Bears regular season games. You could also check out this game if you're watching it on Fox, but like we said, at noon tomorrow. And what I was kind of going with there is the Vikings are 4-5, only one game below 500. I mean, they played 9 games, so you got to be either one game over or under. But that's last in the division. That just shows you how tough the NFC North is. Don't count this Vikings team out, even with injuries looming. You saw what happened game 1, day 1 of this season. Don't let that happen again. If you're the Bears, you're going to want some revenge. You're going to have a little bit of some struggles with a couple of injuries. As always, you still have TJ Edwards out.
That's a big one.
Jaquan Brisker is questionable. He could come back tomorrow. Right? Tomorrow? Yeah.
TJ Edwards being out, by the way, means that Sewell's going to play a little bit more. And I don't know how you feel about that. He missed that tackle last week.
Yeah.
Was it third down or fourth down where they threw a little out route to the running back? I think it was fourth down. It was like 4th and 4, and he misses that tackle, and their running back goes for like a 30-yard gain. That's just the difference between Edwards and Sewell, but we'll see.
You've got Jalen Johnson out with a groin injury. He is more so on the IR for tomorrow. So
actually, he opened up his 21-day window. Yeah. So that's actually huge news for the Bears.
Yeah.
Only undergoing surgery 9 weeks ago.
He could be back this week.
Exactly. Already back on the practice field. He was a limited participant. We'll see if that can happen. But he is, going into this week, he's questionable. So
ESPN has his estimated return as November 16th, which would be tomorrow.
Yes,
exactly.
That's interesting.
Yeah, still listed as IR, but his return is tomorrow, just the same as Jaquan Brisker. Brisker's listed as questionable with his back. So
I mean, I could be wrong. I felt like he was projected almost like week 14, when the injury initially happened. So way ahead of schedule, unless I'm far off.
Yeah.
So
these athletes, man, their bodies are crazy.
I know.
Like they're just insane.
There's no injury status on J.J. McCarthy as I could find here.
No, there's no status, but he was just limited to practice.
But yeah. So we shall see. Caleb Williams has 2,136 passing yards. If Carson Wentz is the guy for the Vikings, which I doubt because he's listed as the IR.
No, he's gone. He's done for the year.
I was going to say.
He went out to pasture, unfortunately.
But that's who they have listed. Oh, yeah, he's out to February 9th.
He's just their leading passer for the season. That's why.
1,000.
They are missing Ryan Kelly, their starting center, this game, which if we're ever going to, and by we, I mean the Bears, if the Bears are ever going to generate some pressure up the middle, this has got to be the game they do it. If we ever can get some pass rush from the defensive tackle position, maybe a big game for Billings coming.
Yeah.
We'll see. We can only hope.
Minnesota is actually a little bit favored to win this game.
Yeah, they get the home field 3. That's about it.
It's
home field. Pick 'em.
And I wonder if anything has to do with how that first Monday night game went. So, I mean, if you're the Bears, you're still, even though you're above them in the standings, you're still kind of punching up here.
No. The only reason they won that Monday night game is because
based on the perception of things, not actually.
If you could flash flash back to that Monday night game, the biggest reason why they came back in that game was not J.J. McCarthy. It was Jordan Mason starting to gash this defense with, 10 yard, 20 yard, 15 yard. Just every time they handed the ball off, they were getting 8 or 9 or 10, yards every time.
He's been a
in the second half.
non-factor, and Aaron Jones is back, which, I mean, that doesn't scare me. So, I don't know, respectfully. I mean, he's a good player.
He's a senior, man.
Yeah, oh, that's true. He's a good player. But it's just one of those things where, gone are those days of having to game plan and like key in on Aaron Jones. So I think, exactly that. Don't overlook him. Could still have a big game. But I feel like the Bears do pretty well against Justin Jefferson, even though now it's going to be a little bit of a tougher one with the lack of DBs and the DB health. One of those things also where, again, I feel like Jordan Addison ends up going off more often than Justin Jefferson does against the Bears, just because they're probably keying so much on Justin Jefferson. They're like, oh, we forgot. Sorry, bud.
Yeah. Is this the TJ Hawkinson game?
I don't believe so.
No.
I don't think this is going to be a legacy game for TJ Hawkinson.
Was he was back? He was there for week 1, yeah, and I didn't see too much from him.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So it could be. He's always a threat. You don't want to count him out. Just like how Nick was saying with, if you focus a little too much on Justin Jefferson, you're going to leave Jordan Addison open. But I don't see anybody having that big of a game against the Bears unless something goes terribly wrong.
I don't know about you. I love the over in this game. I think this is going to be a big time scoring game. I can just feel it in my loins. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that.
Even with this Bears defense, that seems to have locked things down a little bit better.
They gave up 23 points to Jackson Dart. And actually, they would have probably given up more if he would have finished the game. And if Brian Dable actually goes for that touchdown, the Bears are not going to lean on their defense to win games. If they do, that would be amazing. I mean, that would be a shock to me.
On top of that, Bears have scored 21 in each of their games.
Yeah.
So their offense has somewhat figured it out, at least to score enough points, though.
And just to give you some betting trends too, Chicago's 5-2 against the spread in its last 7, but against Minnesota specifically, Chicago has historically struggled. They are 3-8-1 against the spread in their last 12, and that includes 1-8 straight up. So, and that's the last 9 games in Minnesota. So the Bears have struggled in Minnesota as of recent history. So again, this could be I think it's going to be a telling time of the season. Like it's getting to Thanksgiving time. We're going to figure out who the men and the boys are. You know,
yeah, very true.
You did say that Thanksgiving is kind of that marker of when the season really gets going. And we're looking ahead here, but the Bears, they're slated to then play the Steelers next Sunday.
Oh God,
that'll be a tough matchup because the Steelers are 5-4. They're always hovering around 500 right there.
Aaron Rodgers is coming back, though. He owns this city.
Yes, that is the game that a lot of Bears fans have circled on their calendars because it is could be the final time that the Bears play Aaron Rodgers. And then right after that, it won't be on Thanksgiving, but it'll be on Black Friday. It's the Bears and the Eagles. So a couple of tough matchups going forward. I don't want to look too far ahead, but the domino effect starts to happen here, and I think I talked about this last week, but you go from a divisional matchup this week, playing Aaron Rodgers the next week, playing the defending champs the week after that, to your rivals in the Green Bay Packers, an easier game maybe against the Browns, but then right back to divisional games against the Packers, a tough 49ers team, and then the Lions to close out the season. That is, we were talking about this last week. If you want to get wins, now's the time to do it.
I'm not going to say the Bears don't have an identity, but that Eagles game, that's going to determine who they are. That's going to be the true colors that we'll figure out who and what this team is truly made of. Because, we saw the Eagles on Monday night kind of just slogging it out against the Packers.
That defense is nasty.
Yeah, exactly.
Nasty.
Right. So it's just a matter of who's going to show up. This team the Eagles have been dominant for the past 7, 8, 9 years in this NFC. Just very much at the top the entire time. So again, this is the benchmark game. This is to prove it. Let me see who you are. Let's have a big game right there.
You don't think that benchmark game comes earlier? Maybe this week against the Vikings, despite injuries, or more so next week, Steelers Aaron Rodgers. Yeah,
and the Eagles are the class of the NFC.
It's more of a personal thing against the Steelers, right? Because it's Bears versus Aaron Rodgers.
It's just Aaron Rodgers.
So it will. I guess you're right. It is that Eagles game that will set the tone. So.
Yeah.
If they're getting embarrassed by, again, nothing to harp on the Chargers too hard, but if you're getting embarrassed by the Chargers, it's tough. So
Yeah.
I can't really see that as the.
That was his worst game, I think, as a pro. Yeah. And like somebody, I can't remember who said this, but it's like the Bears are going through their minor league run right. Like last week they played the single A ball. This week they're going to double A ball. The week after that they're going to triple A ball, and then the week after that they're going to the majors. So we're going to see how that report card looks in a couple weeks.
I love the baseball analogy as we get closer to the World Baseball Classic is going to be coming back. Maybe we'll get a couple roster updates in here, but we do have minor league and major league when it comes to the G League and the NBA. We've got some Bulls news for you. I'm sure Nick Johnson's got some Windy City Bulls news for us as well. Yeah. So we'll switch over to basketball right here. But one more time, you can watch the Bears tomorrow at noon against the Vikings or listen right here on AM 1410 WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise, Nick Johnston, Dalton Cooper, and myself, Mike Napolitano. And stay tuned for more Bulls and Blackhawks coming up.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to downtown Elgin, where businesses, community, and creativity come together. The Downtown Neighborhood Association provides valuable, complimentary services to all downtown businesses, organizations, property owners, and residents, helping you gain exposure and thrive. Whether you're already part of the district or exploring a new downtown location, DNA is here to help your vision grow. Join us in creating a vibrant, connected, and successful downtown Elgin. Call now 847-488-1456, or you can email info@downtownelgin.com. Ask for Jennifer Facala. Downtown Neighborhood Association, where the heart of business beats strong.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off healthcare because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
Building a house is hard, but have you tried removing one? Flood Brothers takes the mess out of demolition. With fast roll-off dumpster delivery, reliable debris pickup, and a family-owned team that takes service personally. Call 630-261-0400 or visit floodbrothersdisposal.com. Flood Brothers Disposal, proud sponsor of America's First Responders Fest.
Welcome back to AM 1410 WRMN. You're listening to On the Rise. Myself, Mike Napolitano, alongside Nick Johnston and Dalton Cooper. And gentlemen, we praise this Bulls team. We were talking about how they were 5-0 to start the season. But we also did say water would find its balance, and that seems to be what's happening a little bit. Bulls on a 4-game losing streak to bring them to a 6-5 record. They did lose that group play game against the Bucks last week that we were talking about. They resumed Saturday, a 128-122 loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers, followed by a 121-117 loss to the Spurs, and that was Victor Wembanyama at the very end of the game, just kind of going off on the Bulls right there. And then a loss to a very tough Pistons team, 124-113. It hasn't looked good, but, you know, I still have hope for this Bulls team. I still like what I've been seeing. They're in these games. Like I said, it took them up until that very last tick of the clock against the Spurs to lose that one, and that was against Victor Wembanyama, just, you know,
he hits 2 threes in the last minute of the game.
I mean, that's, what are you going to do?
He's an alien,
Wemby,
bro. I don't think he's from this planet.
Yeah, there's no way. But Bulls will have their next Cup play, or NBA Cup group play game on Friday. Actually, that's next Friday, 11/21, against the Heat. But in the meantime, it'll be a matchup tomorrow at 7 p.m. against the Jazz. Then a Monday 8 p.m. tip-off against the 9-2 Nuggets. Wednesday will be another 9 p.m. or an even later start, 9 p.m. start against the Trailblazers, who are 6-6. And then that leads up to that Heat and Bulls game. There is also a Saturday night game against the Wizards, but of course we'll be on the mic before then. Wizards, man, 1-11. So get your wins in there. But
call Jordan back.
Yeah, right. But I mean, they're going to play some weaker teams. The Jazz aren't looking too hot this year, 4-8. And then, of course, some tougher teams like the Nuggets and the Heat, 7-6. So kind of keeping pace with the Bulls right there. The East still, I mean, this is still very early, but the East is very much so wide open, I feel like. Bulls are sitting in that 8th spot. They are 4 games back from Detroit. There's not going to be a huge gap here because teams have really only played about 10 games, maybe a little more. But Detroit, 11-2, leading the Eastern Conference. The Knicks, who I think everybody was predicting to have that deep run, they're sitting in second, an 8-4 record, followed by the Hawks. I don't.
The Hawks are frisky, man.
Yeah, Hawks. Actually, they're tied with Cleveland and Milwaukee. Now, Cleveland and Milwaukee makes sense dating back to last year and a couple years prior, where we've seen some continued excellence from those teams. But the Hawks have always been that play-in round team at best. Philadelphia 76ers, man, they're in that final confirmed 6th spot before you get into the play-in round spots right now. And then you have that crapshoot between the Toronto Raptors, the Bulls, the Magic, and then the Miami Heat. So could be some parity in the next month here. And I don't know, with the NBA schedule, I mean, we were talking about how the Thanksgiving holiday can be that marker for NFL. It could be the marker for NHL. I think with basketball, it's maybe January.
It's Christmas.
Is it Christmas?
Yeah, Christmas.
Okay, I was gonna say
the NBA season really starts. After Christmas.
And I know the NBA is a big, like, Christmas is their holiday, right? So
well, not anymore. Yeah, NFL made sure.
Yeah. I was joking at what LeBron was saying last year, but Christmas is the NBA's holiday, right? But it seems like the season doesn't even really get started until maybe a little bit after that. I mean, you're going down the stretch, and that's when you could go on hot runs. We've seen it. Who do we see it from last year? When am I drawing a blank?
I don't know. Hot runs is usually what happens after I eat too much Taco Bell.
Well, that's you, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I feel like the Pacers went on a really hot streak last year.
Yeah, them and the Thunder were the best 2 teams after the All-Star break last year by far.
Yes, yeah.
Just 4 straight losses for the Bulls. It hasn't really been a change in anything. Obviously, just Giddey going down was kind kind of did them in for that part on probably the ankle break of the year, which turned into an ankle injury. So not looking good. That one's going to be a really tough one to let down. The Bulls have been on some tough sides of the social media department with the turning ankles and then Noah Essengay getting dunked on and just the image that's going to just live online forever. But shout out to him. He had a great game in his Windy City debut. But again, this is just one of those things where the Bulls were playing a very tough schedule to begin with. So I can't fault them for kind of falling off right now for a little bit.
They've been competitive.
And that's exactly what I was going to get to, where even in these losses, they're not getting blown out. They're staying pretty competitive. You may be losing by 12 here and there, but these aren't games that they're out of. They're not like down 30 and like, all right, let's call it. Let's pack it in.
Yeah.
They are 5-1 at home this season too. The only thing is that their defense. That's the only thing is like spotty right now. Is just their defense. I mean, they're scoring 118 a game, which is great, but they're giving up 118 a game. So they're the only team in the East right now that's in the playoff picture that has a negative point differential. So
that's not what you want to see. Josh Giddey, going back to your bringing up the ankle injury, he is going to be a game time decision. This was as of yesterday. He was a full participant at Friday's practice. So hopefully we get to see him back sooner rather than later for this Bulls team. I mean, a 6'7", 216-pound presence.
Wait, what'd you just say?
Oh no! Don't do that to me.
You did it to yourself.
No, but
how tall is he, Mike?
Mike.
How tall is he?
He's 6'7".
Yeah.
Elementary school just went crazy right now.
I'm cringing so hard right now.
I had to teach Linnea. We had dinner last night, and she was like, "What is this?" Because she works at in the elementary schools and middle schools and stuff, and she's like, "All these kids are going around saying 6'7". I don't know what it is," and I'm like, "I don't know what it is either."
It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Well, it's a song.
Well, it's part of it's a part of a song that. I don't. What does it even refer to in the song? Does it refer to somebody's height?
No.
It's just
we've all been led astray.
Yeah,
literally means nothing.
This is what happens when we let the kids in charge. The youth of America.
It's scary.
Are we the youth of America, by the way?
No, we're wrong.
No,
okay.
we're unk status for sure.
I mean, with Thanksgiving coming along, I don't think we're no longer invited for the walk around the block anymore. If you understand.
Are you going to be excited for socks for Christmas? Getting socks or underwear?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jokingly, I did have that conversation where it's like, what do you guys want for Christmas? I'm like, I just need like new pants. Like I'm just, I have no good
status.
I need to like start dressing like an adult.
Mamma mia.
I know.
It's getting brutal. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh my God.
But to flip back somewhat into the Bulls. Did you guys see any of these trade rumors, or not rumors like officially official, but the online rumors that are like saying, oh, Anthony Davis would look good in a Bulls jersey?
I have seen that, yeah.
All these potential like thrown out there. I've seen crazy 2 first-rounders were thrown in there somehow, some way. These aren't officially official. This is just like people on Facebook group messages and Facebook chats that are kind of like, just kind of creating these and. One of those like, oh wow, did you just learn Photoshop and you're just gonna throw up Kobe White in a Dallas Mavericks jersey? Okay, I guess
that I might be interested in, like a straight up player for player, like White for Davis. That might do it for me.
That would have been good like 8 years ago. But Anthony Davis is going to eat himself out of the league at this point.
Well, okay, he's got James Harden syndrome, but I don't know.
James Harden syndrome.
It could. I mean, that's what happens.
You're not
wrong. It would be nice to have another rim protector though. Like, he is an elite defensive player, and that is the one thing they do struggle with right now. Yeah, and they need if they're gonna actually do something in the playoffs, they gotta have a counter to Giannis, because Giannis is by far the best player in the East.
Oh yeah, and a guy who's been there. I mean, who on this Bulls team has been in a deep playoff run anytime soon? No. Nobody. So I could see. Like, I could see, for
the right price.
Right, yeah. Maybe for the right price, people are going to be like, oh, well, we can bring him in as veteran depth. And it's like, well, you have veterans on this team, but like I was saying, they haven't had that playoff experience. Yeah. So, Vooch is great. Don't get me wrong. He is your veteran. But he doesn't have that playoff pedigree. So if you were to bring in a guy that has that, okay, but how many minutes is he getting? That's my question too. Well,
he'd have to get back into playing shape, and I think he's injured right now. At the moment.
So. Is he just there to be a locker room guy? I don't know.
No, you can't trade.
No, because like you said, the asking price is going to be high.
Yeah.
So you're not just going to have him as a locker room guy. So then that brings us back to the initial question of
you're no longer dealing with Nico Harris, so you're not going to get him for a bag of chips.
Right. Yeah. So what are you going to get from him on the court?
Well, he could be a good mentor for Noah if you think about it that way. If you think of it from a developmental part, I mean, granted, we haven't seen too much development from like an example of like Billy Donovan can, develop guys into certain guys. We haven't seen that yet, but it could happen. But like, just to have that example, I don't know. I don't think it'd be the worst thing ever. I think you can make worse trades. Let's put it that way.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think so.
I
mean, when you can get an all NBA talented player, like that is his ceiling, which we've seen him at. Now, can he get back there? Obviously, that's the question. But I mean, I think the Bulls would win that trade if they, like I said, they go straight up player for player. I think that would be a great deal.
Yeah, I think the memes and the internet culture probably had their way, and we'll probably see Anthony Davis in that light. But again, you're exactly right. Where the talent's not gone. Like it's just going to be
the motivation is.
I think so. The waters are a little muddy considering exactly that. Just with probably motivation / just
how much is he making?
Injury proneness, it gets a little shaky when you're seeing how young this team is, and you're just exactly that. You're like, do I want to mess up this young core? Do I want to just shake the boat and really just get something going like
Guess
that?
how much Anthony Davis is making this year?
38 mil.
54.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, $54 million. Yeah.
I would not pay that tag for him on the Bulls.
Unfortunately, he's 6'10", by the way. So.
All right.
Sorry. No jokes to be made there.
But yeah, it'll be interesting. He is 32 years old, which is another thing. Like the experience factor. That like you said, that'd be a guy that has been there and done that. So, I don't know. The Mavericks do need a point guard though, in the worst way, before they just literally punt on the season because their team looks old. Real old.
Well, the G League affiliate of the Chicago Bulls, the Windy City Bulls, kicked off last week. We were talking with Nick. He was there for the home opener and the start of the season. That was all wrapped into one game against the Wisconsin Herd. That was a 110-107 victory, and they followed that up with another win out in Oshkosh. That was Tuesday, a 127-114 win over the Herd. So taking it to their rivals at that level, I guess, similar to the NBA.
They're all rivals.
Development league. So, what did you get to see? I know you were there working, but what did you get to see from this Windy City Bulls team to start the season?
So a home opener was fantastic, as it always is. Get a nice crowd over there in Hoffman Estates with the Now Arena. Nice little show out for, again, that was Modest Bazelis, a little bobblehead night to get that going. But that was the Lachlan Ulbrich show for the first game. He had a nice little home opener. But again, the big surprise, or not surprise necessarily, but the nice news to come down and see was game 2 for Noah Essengay, obviously the Bulls' first round pick. So shout out to the second round pick in Lachlan Ulbrich for holding it down in the first game. Still had a nice game in the second one as well. He had 15, 7, and 7. But again, it was Noah Essengay coming in for 28, 9, and he had an assist in that game. Shooting 2 for 6 from three-point land. So from seeing exactly that, so not seeing him at all at the professional level, didn't get any playing time at all to come down. Essentially a brand new team for Noah, and still with these Windy City Bulls, with, like I mentioned last week, only one returning player in Emmanuel Miller, and he hasn't really been seen all too. Oh no, actually, my apologies.
I didn't know Mac McClung was on this team either.
Yeah, he just newly acquired. Just newly acquired.
Slam dunk champion, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We got that going for us down there.
2-time slam dunk champ.
I think it's 3.
Is it 3 now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
behind the 8 ball.
He's got some hops.
Yes, sir.
That's so funny that he's the 2-time NBA dunk champ and yet has really not cracked the NBA.
I think maybe 30 minutes, not even 30 total minutes in the NBA.
Well, it just shows you where the lead. I mean, Steph Curry, you could thank him for that.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
that's the reason why.
He had 49 points last night, going off. But
he's the counter to Wemby. For they took him down to that San Antonio game.
And they scored 127 points. That's pretty good. Is that good, Nick?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's good.
Quickly wrapping it up on our guy. Like I said, I just want to get to the stats in the first game for Lachlan. He had 24 and 14. Like I said, he had some really nice highlights in that one as well. So it was good to see. Like I said, a brand new team. This team's brand new to each other. It was good to see that there was actually some chemistry going, and I think that'll slowly progress still. So starting off 2-0, that's nice to see. Let's keep it going. I know they don't play today, or they play tomorrow. They have the Sioux Falls Skyforce.
Wow.
Well, I love the
That's a
Skyforce.
mouthful.
I love that name, the Skyforce.
Yeah.
What affiliate is that?
I believe Miami.
Heat,
yeah,
yeah.
because they got
wow.
the same little Heat logo kind of.
How do we feel so far about Billy Donovan Jr.'s tenure as the Windy City Bulls head coach?
It's been okay. It's been okay. Yeah, I think last year, if I'm not mistaken, was his rookie year as head coach.
Okay.
Like I said, it's always tough again when there's so many moving pieces. You got guys coming down from the Bulls to get some time and to develop. And again, that's not their goal. That Noah Essengay's goal isn't going to be to stay on the Windy City Bulls and make sure that they win, but he's just going to go out and do his personal stuff.
He's going to ball.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, I don't want to say he's going to be a me guy for that sense, but he will just to get back up and to show that he's going to be going back to that thing. So again, Billy Donovan Jr. dealing with a ton of different, just all the different things to kind of stir the pot and get things going. So he's got to deal with a lot of, again, not egos. These were really nice guys to talk to. They're all young, and like I said, they have the same mindset of let's go out there and win and get a dub. But again, just they're all trying to develop. They're all trying to just again still meet each other essentially, and know their chemistry. So it's really nice to see that he's got dealing with a lot of moving pieces.
As you mentioned, Windy City Bulls against the Sioux Falls Skyforce at 2:00 at the Hoffman Estates, the Now Arena. That's tomorrow on Sunday.
Yes,
I was like 2:00 weekday game, but I was also looking at so then it'll be 2 games at the Casey Center in Des Moines, Iowa, Thursday and Friday against the Iowa Wolves. So 2 back-to-back games on the road. Tip off for both of those at 6:30 p.m. for the Windy City Bulls.
Is that Minnesota's?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, I was just say they just get so creative with these names. It's hard to tell sometimes.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of them that are
the Cleveland Charge for the Cleveland Cavaliers affiliate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was reading too from that second game, from that sweep of the Hurt. They shot 71% from in the second quarter from the field. The Windy City Bulls did as a team.
On the first or second game?
The second game.
Yeah, they were having a nice night.
Making everything just How big was the basket? It's like the ocean out there. Yeah, that's insane.
And my only thing is in that first game, they left 20 points out on the floor because for some that don't know or keep up with the G League, they do 1 for 2 in the free throws. They only shoot 1 free throw, and that'll make up for 2 points. They only do that up until the last 2 minutes of the game. So the Bulls shots,
really?
Yeah.
So they do 1 free throw and it's worth 2 points.
Yes. Just to keep the game flowing.
Is that for any common foul? Is that for like a shooting foul?
Shooting fouls.
Right.
Oh, okay, shooting foul. Got it.
So exactly that, where they shot 9 for 20 at one point. So they were leaving a ton of extra points out on the floor.
Yeah, you would think that's at least 12.
Yeah, exactly that. So
that's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah,
I did not know that. And did you know that? And I don't mean to get sidetracked here. In the AHL, if you fight at the puck drop in the first period, it's a game miscodmisconduct.
I did know that.
I didn't know. I learned that on Saturday. We'll ask Dana about that coming up. But yeah, I did not know that.
Yes.
I was like. Everybody was like, "Why?" I'm everybody. I was like, "Why are they throwing these guys out? Why is this a game of misconduct?" And then somebody had to explain to me that if you fight at puck drop, it's
because it's premeditated, basically. Yeah.
Thanks, Kachucks.
Yeah. Well, we've got some USA hockey news. I don't know if we'll get to it here. Maybe we'll save it for. Maybe we'll be talking to Dana for a little bit on that, but. There's also, I did want to sneak in here and switch gears over to Steel real quick, just before we jump into the actual hockey talk. The Steel, we left off with that 8-1 shellacking that they gave to the Omaha Lancers. That was on Turtle Races night. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's almost as good as the Manatee game.
Yeah, your Manatee games. But then Saturday, the Steel followed that up with another win over those Omaha Lancers on Decades night. That was a 3-0 shutout. Unfortunately, on Sunday, they fell to the Muskegon Lumberjacks out in Muskegon. They followed that up with a loss last night to the USA Hockey NTDP Under-18 team. That's the National Team Development Program. It was a 5-2 loss, but it's kind of fitting that the Steel are playing the USNTDP right now. They have another game tonight at 6 p.m. out in Plymouth, Michigan. It's kind of fitting just because of the fact that we are starting to get some news trickling in about rosters for Team USA and for Team Canada. Have not seen Macklin Celebrini or Connor Bedard listed on Team Canada, so that debate is still on the table. They're basically identical at this point, these two players. I do see picking Celebrini over Bedard right now. I do see it. But the one thing is for certain, and maybe we'll talk to Dane a little bit more about this, Spencer Knight, Blackhawks goaltender, has been selected as the backup goaltender for Team USA. So that'll be huge. Yeah, for the Olympics. Is that a confirmed official? I saw two separate sources that had that.
That might be confirmed just because Demko's hurt now. That might be. Might be. You might be
or
right
at least on the roster. Maybe he's third string, but
he's definitely gonna be third because it's gonna be
Demko's injured
and Ottinger, and then you'll have probably Spencer Knight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Ottinger's American.
Yeah, well, I forgot about him, but I saw two separate sources. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, we'll have to double check on that. Like I said, I can see that with
Spencer
Demko
Knight.
obviously Demko got hurt recently, so that could be definitely something that is confirmed. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what teams are picked. And honestly, I think there's a lot of NHL GMs out there that might be crossing their fingers their guys don't get picked just so they could be kind of fresh for playoff runs and everything of that regard. Which I almost think the Blackhawks might be in that regard. Like if Spencer Knight's obviously probably not going to play too much, even if he is on the team, just because of the two guys ahead of him. So it might be nice just to see him hang out and get a couple weeks off because he's been playing out of his mind this season. He's number one goalie in saves above expected. I'm pretty sure. So
I should have waited until either the Blackhawks made the announcement or Charlie Roumeliotis because I can't seem to find those two sources now. Of course. And those would be the ones that would announce it and make it official, right? The team he actually plays for. So we'll see. I think he's a shoo-in with how he has played this year. So I'm excited to see that. We do know a couple of roster moves for the official USA team. I'm the Hughes brothers will be there, right? So
Jack got hurt in a freak accident.
But
you saw that.
But Jack, yes, right after the Blackhawks played them this week, Jack went out to dinner and got hurt with a knife. I don't know. Like he's got a hand injury now. The funniest thing I saw.
Cut away when you're
right. Yeah, I was very confused. The funniest thing I saw was that it was during a dinner with Frank the Tank from Barstool.
Yeah. Oh no.
Which if anybody knows Frank the Tank and his tantrums. That's got to be like an all-time. Like I'd just love to be a fly on the wall for that to happen in person with him there. Like he has to be a bad luck charm at that point, right? Like all of his Mets are in the trash. His
he's probably sitting there biting on whatever
Devils
that thing
are just
I'm never gonna win a playoff game.
And he cut his hand on the knife.
It was entertaining, but now it's just like
it's
you're
annoying.
A grown man.
It's annoying. Yeah.
Around other grown men.
Yeah. I'm more of a Stu Feiner guy myself.
Yeah.
I love Stu.
Yeah. Stu's not bad.
Ready to roll, baby.
They roll. Mulch.
Yeah.
Mulch.
His stories too. Steve Mahalik.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That whole shindig. But no, it's gonna be interesting. Hopefully the Bulls can turn it around. I think they have a little bit easier schedule this week. Hopefully we get Giddy back. Yeah, hopefully we get Giddy back.
We're
getting giddy with it. Yeah, you took that right. Absolutely. But we'll see. Like I said, they've been playing well at home. They're gonna have some road games this week. Hopefully they can keep that streak going. And they're right at home right now. They're in the 8th spot in the playoffs. So we're right in that playoff. That nice little play-in game window, right where we belong.
Yeah.
Nice at home.
It was nicer when it was the Bulls sitting at 5-0 and had a solid playoff spot, but we'll see. We'll see if this Steel can find a playoff spot too, as we were kind of mentioning them, because they are sitting at 10-7 overall, 4-7 in the conference, which is not great, but they are 4-2 at home, 4-5 on the road. So that's a good sign. As I was kind of saying, they have a game tonight against the USA Hockey NTDP U18 team out in Plymouth, Michigan at 6 p.m. And then it'll be next Friday back home for the Chicago Goats night. That's CHICA-GOATS night, presented by Mark's Card Shop. So we'll have to get a little bit more information on that from our fellas up the road at the Steel and see what that's about. But then it'll be Defying Gravity night next Saturday. Both are 7:05 p.m. puck drops as they take on the Sioux Falls Stampede over at Fox Valley Ice Arena. We've got more hockey for you coming up right here. We've got the voice of the Rockford Ice Hogs, Dana Gray, joining us, followed by some Wolves news as well. So we'll have don't know, maybe a skater out here.
Yeah, maybe Justin Robidoux. Maybe.
Give it up right here on AM 1410 WRMN.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. How's the economy really doing? Bill Alexander reports that with the government shutdown behind us now, Americans are about to get a look at some reliable economic data.
The Labor Department will release its numbers on September hiring and unemployment next Thursday, a month and a half late, marking the beginning of the end of the data drought caused by the 43-day federal government shutdown. The statistical blackout meant that the Federal Reserve, businesses, policymakers, and investors have largely been in the dark about inflation, job creation, GDP growth, and other measures of the U.S. economic health since late summer.
That is Bill Alexander reporting. The administration has announced new trade frameworks with 4 Central and South American countries.
The White House says it has come to terms with Argentina, Ecuador, El Salvador, and Guatemala. The trade frameworks are aimed at boosting the ability of American companies to sell industrial and agricultural products in those countries. The deals haven't been finalized, but are expected to be signed within about 2 weeks.
That is White House correspondent Greg Cluxton reporting. The 59-year-old CEO of Walmart, Doug McMillon, is stepping down.
McMillon plans to step down on January 31st, 2026. His successor, John Furner, the head of Walmart's U.S. operations, will take over the very next day. Walmart shares fell 3% immediately in pre-market trading after the news of the unexpected leadership change. Unlike Amazon's Jeff Bezos and Tesla's Elon Musk, McMillon isn't a household name, but he's played a key role in the U.S. economy. Walmart's performance is a barometer of consumer spending given its size.
That is Panjawi Hawa reporting. President Trump has announced the removal of U.S. tariffs on beef, coffee, tropical fruits, and other commodities. That comes amid new pressure to address high consumer prices. Mr. Trump had focused on tariffs to boost domestic production and the U.S. economy. More from townhall.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Step up your grilling game with our Solaire portable infrared grills. Our compact everywhere is a favorite of RVers and trailer pullers. Solaire infrared provides the quick sear for bar marks and texture needed to properly finish sous vide. Use a portable alongside your larger conventional grill to create an instant sear zone and more juicy and flavorful food. Learn more at BestHotGrill.com. Affordable, powerful, portable infrared grills at BestHotGrill.com.
It's no secret that Americans are frustrated about high prices right now, but the Unleash Prosperity Hotline is urging them to direct that anger in the right direction.
The newsletter points out that in Trump 1.0, inflation was at 1.9%, basically flat. Under Joe Biden, it averaged 5%, and now in President Trump's second term, it's averaging 2.7%. Unleash Prosperity says this flies in the face of claims that President Trump is creating an affordability crisis.
As correspondent Ken Lorman, economist Steve Moore says Americans are struggling with how much things cost.
There is an affordability issue out there, no question about it, and it really dates back to January of 2021 when Joe Biden was inaugurated as president.
The Biden administration drove prices through the roof, he says, with out-of-control federal spending. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Israel's former ambassador to the U.S., Dr. Michael Oren, says coming out of the Gaza war, Israeli youth are going to be battle-tested, quite literally.
The leaders of Israel in the next 5-10 years are people we've never heard of. You haven't seen them yet, and they are tough. They're tougher than you can imagine. They've been hundreds of days in combat. And they are multi-partisan. They've fought side by side with people from the right, left, right, up, down, religious, secular, Jews from Eastern background, Western background. It's going to be a completely different generation. I think it's going to be our greatest generation.
Dr. Oren spoke this week with the Salem Radio Network. The FAA is rolling back some of its restrictions on commercial flights at 40 major U.S. airports that have been in place since November 7th. The agency says the mandatory 6% flight cuts are now being downgraded to just 3% reductions starting today. The Transportation Secretary said restrictions will remain until staffing is finally back up and running. More on these stories at Town Hall.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Clague can't get past the stick check of Savoie. It's poked up ahead for Jamie Engelbert. Down the wing with Thompson in the middle. Got the puck to him. Score! Aiden Thompson. And the Hogs double it up 2-0.
And welcome back to WRMN 1410 AM here live in Elgin Studio 14. That nice little radio piece was compliments of our friends at the AHL TV. We are joined now, ladies and gentlemen, by a familiar voice to anyone listens or follows hockey in Northern Illinois. Recurring guest. He is the soundtrack of Saturday nights at the BMO Center. It is the one and only Mr. Dana Gray. Dana, how are you? Thank you for joining us this morning.
I'm doing great. I'm doing a lot better now that I've earned the recurring guest title. That is a prize title. No, I'm doing great, guys. Getting ready for a couple of games this weekend. 2 games in less than 24 hours. Nothing new for us, but looking forward to it. How are you guys doing?
No, we're doing awesome. And you, just by the way, you're up there with Marshall Schill. Marshall Schill is our only other recurring guest.
Oh yes,
on this
banana
program.
baller firefighter.
Yeah,
Marshall Schill.
Oh my goodness.
We might have to start getting some T-shirts made for you or something.
I'm more than happy with being 1B in that list.
You've got more appearances now than Charlie Roumeliotis. We only had him on the one time last year, and we've yet to get him on so far this year. So I'm going to give Charlie a little bit of gruff for that. But I did reach out to him. I said, I wasn't gonna lead with this, but I did reach out to Charlie, and I was like, hey, you got any funny Dana stories? But he never responded to me in time. So Dana, that's up to you. If you've got a funny Charlie story, you can go back the other way with it.
A funny Charlie story. I think most recently was that we were doing the prospect showcase up in Minnesota together with Chicago playing Minnesota and St. Louis. And I guess the funniest story is that we did a joint interview with Kyle Davidson, and I was on Kyle's left and Charlie was on Kyle's right. And let's just say we kind of got memeified by a couple people saying that our height advantages over the fantastic Hawks general manager made a couple of rounds. So that's we had a good laugh with that.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, we appreciate you joining us for the show this morning. Preview some Ice Hogs games. Like you said, you guys are no strangers to playing 2 games in 24 hours this season. I guess the schedule makers didn't like Rockford, but tonight is the Hockey Fights Cancer Night, benefiting Movember. It is also Screw City Night, so they get to wear the All Blacks. That should be nice fun for the crowd. Is there anything that the fans should expect for tonight's game?
Yeah, it's one of those nights which I think are, a bit more common here in minor league hockey, where there's just so many different activations and reasons to come out that just makes it a really special night. Obviously, Hockey Fights Cancer is something that everybody has some sort of connection to, but this year it definitely hits a little bit closer to home. Our general manager and Blackhawks assistant general manager, Mark Bernard, he was a longtime professional goaltender. The last few months, he's been in his own battle with cancer and away from the team for a lot of it, up getting treatment up at the Mayo Clinic with the amazing people up there. And he got to ring the bell on Wednesday. He finished his radiation and he drove right down. I told him, I was like, Bernie, you could take a day to rest, and he loves it here, and he jumped right back in. So I think that's certainly the biggest thing that I'm excited about, and I know that he'll get some recognition during the game. But I just actually facilitated a few players meeting with different fans that bid on the chance to have a player sign their stick in memory of a lost one or a family member. So there's just a lot of great things like that where it feels like you put hockey on the back burner a little bit. But yeah, the Screw City Nights, I'm biased, but I think those are some of the best uniforms in the league. And if you guys haven't seen them out in person yet, I'm excited that you'll get to, because they're pretty sweet. And also, Rockford needs a bounce back win. They fell to Manitoba on Wednesday. So I think there's a lot of reasons to get up tonight for the Ice Hawks.
Yeah, Dana, this team has lost 5 of their last 6 games, 3-6-1 in their last 10, including that 3-2 loss to the Moose that you mentioned on Wednesday. What is it really going to take to turn this Ice Hogs team around? They're currently 3rd in the Central and 7-6-1 overall.
Yeah, I think it comes down to scoring. The goaltending's been fantastic. The tandem of Drew Comesso, who's played, double-digit games already, and the rookie here in North America, Stanislav Berezhny, this Russian goaltender. He's put out a 3-0 record. We're going to get to see him tonight. He's been dynamic, really, really fun to watch. So it doesn't lean on the defense and the goaltending for me. I just think some of the scoring hasn't been there, and a lot of that comes with some of the changes that we've had in this first month, too. Like, if you go back to opening night with the lines with Oliver Moore in the mix, no line is the same as it was a month ago. And that's just how it goes in this league. With Landon Slager got called up a few days ago. Guys already starting to battle injuries up top, and that all trickles down. So I think a little bit of cohesion when it comes to the forward lines and group will be really important. And another area I look at, and I know that the coaching staff has put a big emphasis on, is the power play. It's just clicking a little bit over 10%. And there's been numerous times in that stretch that you mentioned of some of these more recent losses when there's been a power play late in the game, or a chance to tie it, or a chance to extend the lead, and it's acted more as a momentum killer as opposed to kind of providing that extra offense. So I think that's the area that's a massive point of focus. And I know it's super cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. But, special teams are really going to dictate a lot of things in close divisional contests like the Hogs have been a part of.
No, 100%. To your point, they're 6 of 54 this season. They've only scored 1 power play goal at home, which I was kind of floored by. And I think Texas is technically the only team worse in the league right now on that power play. But one of the bright spots right now has been Brett Seney. He currently leads the team with 15 points, has 3 goals, 12 assists. Have you, I guess from your standpoint or your point of view, have you seen any other players that maybe have really stepped up their game this season that we're not maybe talking enough about, or maybe not getting his flowers like he should be?
Yeah, well, first, quickly on Seney, he's just a consummate pro. I mean, he's been asked to play with a few different guys. I think both Oliver Moore and Nick Lardis early on just praised what seen he was able to do for them on the line, not even just on the ice, but helping them out off the ice. So he's a fantastic captain, and I'm glad that he's getting the points to name for it, too. One name that pops up into my head as far as providing some scoring, and I think can do even more, is Dominic Toninato. He's a guy that the Blackhawks signed over the summer. And, when the signing came, assumed that he was going to be spending a good amount of time here in Rockford. The past handful of seasons for Toninato, he's actually been the captain of the Manitoba Moose and getting up for games with the Winnipeg Jets as well. So this is a bit of a revenge game for him, as was Wednesday. But he's already scored some big goals. He's factoring it in almost every single power play goal that the Ice Hogs have scored. So he's a name that is a certainly great veteran leader, but a super skilled guy, and someone that I would also think, too, that, if injuries continue to mount in Chicago, he's a guy that's on that NHL deal that has NHL experience that I think you could certainly look out for getting a look.
Dana, one thing that we noticed this power play early on, and it was actually that home opener, which, okay, it's a small sample size, but we had asked Jared Nightingale, if he felt comfortable with this power play, and you mentioned that, we talked about it not clicking. We talked about how there's only a couple key pieces factoring in. What do you think has to change in order for this power play to get back going? And I know it's been tough losing guys like Landon Slaggert and Oliver Moore to the big league club, but can they fill these kind of holes and figure out a special teams that's going to get this Rockford Ice Hogs team into a better spot for the playoffs? And, of course, looking down the road, you got to have special teams for the playoffs.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think the two areas that I look at, and hopefully they go hand in hand together, is one, the entry. That's been a really difficult part, especially over the last couple of weeks for Rockford. They've had a lot of trouble just entering the zone with possession, whether that's going for the classic slingshot move where you skate left to right. The defenseman maybe drops it off at the blue line, and a forward with speed will try and pick it up and maneuver their way into the zone. But really over the last week, since that was not really working, we've seen a lot more of the dump and chase, which you have to be so particular with, especially with how good goaltenders have become at playing the puck behind their own net. That dump attempt has got to be sure to get through that goaltender and go win a battle. So I think it starts with the setup and actually getting into the zone with possession. And then the second piece of it is I think the confidence has really been lost from the power play. And I know that's something that seems a lot easier said than done to fix, but, if you're going out as a five-man unit and you're not confident that you're going to be able to give results or get into the zone with possession or create high-danger chances, that's going to impact the results. So I think you just have to try and keep up your head with a clean slate and trust that if you keep doing the right things and winning battles, good things are going to happen. And hopefully with some successful entries and a little bit more just confidence as a unit, the bounces start to fall. And then, once you get one or two and the power play starts clicking, that confidence can work in reverse for you. I mean, how many times, does a power play just zipping the puck around, and then you start getting credited with goals that are, greasy or dirty or right in front. So hopefully that turns pretty quickly. And Rockford definitely is the talent when it comes to the, guys that can set up at the dot or in front of the net, even players walking the blue line, a Korchinski or a Del Mastro, guys that can quarterback these power plays for sure. They just got to get on the right side of the confidence, and I'm sure things will turn around.
Yeah, it just takes one. That one goal could really just, maybe spark this team going. And like you said, that confidence factor. I think we kind of spoke last game, too, of kind of it's a little too much east and west and not enough north and south sometimes, too. They get, maybe that perfect play that they're looking for in that regard.
Totally.
By the way, is there...
Totally.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we were talking with Coach Nightingale earlier this week, and he said, sometimes on a power play, you just don't think you need to win as many battles, or there isn't that sense of urgency. But if anything, it's even more important to make sure that you're winning your puck battles along the wall. Just because you have the manpower advantage doesn't mean that you can take your foot off the gas. So, no, I agree. I think it's a big point, and, yeah, all it does is take one.
No, 100%. Is there a better term in hockey, by the way, than dumping? Is there? That's got to be probably
Not at all.
Greasy's pretty good.
Greasy's pretty good.
Greasy. I've been known to say juicy rebound once in a while.
There you go.
Maybe one too many times.
Oh, man. I saw a sponsorship coming with that if you keep saying it.
With all that, what is it, that barbecue place that everybody's always joking about that they have up in Rockford? I don't know if it's a sponsor of you guys, but I'll have to think about that. Oh, Beefaroo, that's what it is. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
The juicy rebound sponsored by Beefaroo, maybe. I don't know.
We have a sponsor with Beefaroo.
All right, there you go.
Next week.
All right.
Look at that.
Maybe we could be consultants or something. But,
Don't
anyway,
worry, we got you. Yeah.
Dana, we saw Oliver. Yeah. We saw Oliver Moore get called up, obviously earlier for the Blackhawks
and Slaggert.
Yeah, and Slaggert. Moore had his first NHL goal like a week ago, give or take. Do you anticipate, or I guess if you were to forecast and put your forecasting hat on, do you see maybe the next player getting called up from the Blackhawks, or who would you anticipate seeing going up to the NHL level next from Rockford?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting year for call-ups because, you go back to the start of the season, Ryan Green, the rookie, was actually here in Rockford. He was getting ready to start up camp with us. And then I think got a call, someone at the Athletic, I want to give correct credit. I think it might have been Scott Powers, wrote a story about how Green was just settling into his hotel room here and then got a call that he was on the Hawks' first trip to Florida. So I think a lot of the planning around some of the prospects and how much time they're going to spend here at the AHL level hasn't really panned out how they thought it would in these first few months. I was, not to say that it totally wasn't deserved. I was a little surprised to see Oliver get called up as early as he did. And I know that, some injuries up there and some different rotations have called for that. And I think he's stepped in fantastically. And, you mentioned a guy like Landon Slaggert. He's going to give you 110% every shift. I was so happy to see that. He had a crazy day, last Wednesday Tuesday, getting ready to get ready for a Wednesday battle here, and then he's driving to the UC, and then he goes and scores. So that was pretty cool to see. But I think another name that I've been a big fan of throughout last year and into this year as well is Samuel Savoie. He's, starting off in his sophomore season, technically could have been his third-year pro, but he suffered a really tough femur injury a couple of seasons ago, and he came back. He was the only Ice Hog that played all 72 regular season games and 7 playoff games last season. He's gotten all the comps to guys like Andrew Shaw. He's super skillful. He's a total pest when it comes to getting under the skin of the opponent, and he just continues to get better. And especially with the different style that I think we're seeing the Hawks play this year, with a bit more grit, a bit more physicality, a lot more scrums and fights. Like he's the kind of guy that thrives in that environment. And I don't know if it's going to happen this week or if it's going to happen next month or at the end of the season or maybe next year. But whenever Savoie does get his chance, I think he's a real impact player at any level, and he's going to fit in really well.
It was tough to see him go down with that injury that you mentioned on the leg that kept him out that whole season, but it speaks to his drive and his tenacity that he was able to come back and play an entire season, not miss a game, and then start off this season with that overtime winner in the home opener, and he's just been playing consistent. So I'd have to agree that that's one of the names on that list that you could see going up and adding that grit level to the Blackhawks. But there's a grit level even still at Rockford. How do you feel about game misconducts for fighting at puck drop?
Yeah, that would tick me off a little bit. I was getting texts from my boss throughout that game, whatever it was, maybe last Friday night, last Saturday, and it started kind of at Friday night in Milwaukee, playing the Admirals. There was 110 penalty minutes between the two teams. There were 4 fights. Connor Milmock was kicked out of the game for fighting twice, and so that kind of carried into the Saturday night game. And I was actually I was doing a warm-up interview on the bench that Saturday night game. And after I finished, I kind of just started watching around, and I saw that Dylan Boucher and Connor Milmock, who have turned into the 2 big protectors and bruisers for this Ice Hawks team, they were on opposite sides of the rink straddling the red line. and Kyle Marino, who is the counterpart for the Milwaukee Admirals. Good player, really heavy, and an excellent fighter, too. He was swiveling back and forth across the red line in between them. And, you kind of get to each of them, have a word, and go back and kind of pivot onto the Ice Hogs side. So right after that happened, and there was a few words exchanged, I kind of thought, all right, this is something that's going to happen at some point tonight. And, just 7 seconds in, Boucher and Marino dropped the gloves. And I was a little ticked off at the misconduct aspect of it, because I felt like, and especially I went back and I looked in the rule book, that game misconduct for stage fighting, or the fight right off the top, is really supposed to be instituted when it's immediate puck drop. There's no play that's made. There's no players skating around. It is, puck down. You don't even set up for the face-off. And I haven't confirmed this, but Boucher and Marino both, they set up for the draw. They bent their knees, and then they even, went out and skated around a little bit for a few seconds, I think, to try and avoid getting that penalty. But I think what it came down to is the same refereeing crew, or part of the same crew that they'd had the night before in Milwaukee, where they frankly just didn't have control of the game. And I think they wanted to send a message right off the jump. So it was cool to see. I love that kind of stuff. I'll always be a advocate for fighting in this game, especially at the right moments and with the right players. But I'd be very surprised if that's the last time that Boucher and Marino drop them this year.
Considering the Central Division and how much these two teams see each other, I could agree. And then, the beauty of the AHL is you're having a home and away, or maybe a home and home weekend series basically against that same team. And like you mentioned, sometimes the officiating crew is the same. So you're going to get some chaos in there eventually. So fun to see it already here in November. Interested to see how it goes the whole rest of the way, especially considering these two teams, I think, are poised to maybe find each other in the playoffs once again. So get some revenge for
Here's hoping, man. Here's hoping. That was it.
Oh, I know we're really early.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, we're really early in the season, but I still wanted to ask: was there any preseason goals that the team had, maybe that you even had for the squad, that they are currently exceeding in, still trying to catch up on, or maybe even already completed by now? Was there any goals that maybe that are going on right now?
That's a really good question. I think the first thing that comes to mind is being a more physical, difficult team to play against than last year. And I would check that box for sure. I mean, I think it's an evolving thing that always can be tested. But they certainly are a more heavy team to play against than last year. So that's the first thing that comes to mind. The second thing is actually this style, way of going about games. You can tell me the best way to describe it, but they started doing it a few years ago, the coaching staff, as breaking the season up into 5-game segments. When you get a 72-game schedule in the summer, and especially with some of the travel and the back-to-backs, it can be a little daunting. So what they've started doing here is just breaking the season up into 5-game segments, and the goal is to win every 5-game segment. And then if you're able to win every segment, that's 60%. That's a playoff team right there. And so, Rockford was doing great off the jump. They won their first 2 segments, if you will, or 5-game stretches, and haven't done so in a bit here in the month of November. So there's still pivotal time to try and get back on the right foot. But I just really appreciate the way that they think about that. They write it up on the whiteboards down in the locker room. If it's if they are 2-2 in their segment in the pivotal game 5s tonight, that's something that guys are talking about. And it's been cool to see how much the players buy into that mindset too. And I think it just helps set mini goals throughout the season to make sure that you're not getting ahead of yourself and you're just focusing on the task at hand.
No, 100%. And it's good for if this team wants to transition into the playoffs. It's a great, the mindset stays the same, and it's a good way to continue their success, hopefully. So we do have just a couple minutes here, maybe a minute or two. I did some homework on you real quick. I saw that you got to do some college basketball back in your day. I saw that you called Syracuse and Baylor in the NCAA tournament. Real quick, do you have a favorite atmosphere or game that you've called a game in so far in your career?
Ooh, love that question. I'll give you two super quick ones. I think maybe my senior year at school, me and my friends Tyler and Drew. Tyler now works at ESPN station downtown Chicago. Drew does the Celtics, and we we went out on this trip together to go to the Dean Dome and UNC when Syracuse was playing there, and that was a really, really cool environment. Just a different sense of a basketball school. So that was awesome. But I think hockey, I got to do a Harvard-Yale college hockey game at Madison Square Garden about 5 or 6 years ago. And that was a big pinch me moment. And Harvard crushed them. And it was back when I was living home in Boston and doing some different college hockey games. So that was special for all the obvious reasons. But I don't know. A BMO Center on a Saturday night is tough to beat, too. I'll say that. And that's not just bias.
No, absolutely. And it's Hockey Fights Cancer night tonight in the BMO Center, so it should be even more rowdy than normal. So make sure to check out the Rockford Ice Hogs tonight as they take on the Manitoba Moose. Dana, we thank you again for joining us. Recurring guest Dana Gray, the voice of the Ice Hogs. You're welcome anytime. We love having you on. We will see you tonight, and we thank you for your time.
Sounds like a blast. Good to hang with you guys. See you soon.
Awesome. Thanks. Take care, Dana.
See you, Dana. Thank you.
Awesome.
See ya.
You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN's On the Rise right here as a part of our River Media Network Sports Saturdays. Mike Napolitano, Dalton Cooper, Nick Johnston. When we return, Justin Robidas of the Chicago Wolves.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Looking to buy or sell a home in Chicagoland? Need trusted legal help with real estate, evictions, or estate planning? Turn to Guthrie & Brady, the happy lawyers serving the greater Chicago area since 1965. With over 50 years of experience, they handle titles and deeds, foreclosures, landlord-tenant issues, wills, trusts, and more. Appointments available evenings or weekends at their Roselle office or right in your home. Call Guthrie & Brady now at 847-524-1215. That's 847-524-1215. Or visit gnblegal.com. Guthrie & Brady, personal, professional, affordable legal services for all of Chicagoland. The happy lawyers since 1965. That's gnblegal.com. Or 847-524-1215. Guthrie & Brady, trusted legal help made easy, fast, affordable, and experienced. Call today.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. You might miss someone who has valuable skills to offer to help your business thrive right now and in the future. Because the truth is this: Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. When you let their story unfold, you gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. See the real person, complete, see what others miss. Hire skills first. Learn why it's a competitive advantage at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? Read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, Christmas combat story by Michael Tooman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo, November Echo Tango.
Fence by Vierling, and Vierling gets it ahead with Robida. They work in shorthanded. Robida buys time, fires, he scores! Justin Robida, the first shorty of the season, and he has scored in 3 straight.
Welcome back into AM 1410 WRMN's On the Rise. We are now joined by a center for your Chicago Wolves. He was drafted in 2020 round, the 5th round, 147th overall, to the Carolina Hurricanes. Currently wearing number 93 on the Wolves. Last season, he had 55 points in 70 games, and he currently has 11 points in 12 games this season. That's 3 goals and 8 assists. Please welcome to On the Rise, Justin Robida.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thank you for joining us. It's good to hear from you and catch up. We just caught up with Dana Gray, the broadcaster for the Ice Hogs, so a little rivalry talk here, but we got to bring it back into the Chicagoland area and talk a little bit of Wolves hockey. The season so far kind of going the way you guys want, 6-4-2 with 14 points on the season, sitting right behind those Ice Hogs in 4th in the Central. What has this season kind of brought to your game so far this year, and what are you looking forward to most coming up real quick here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think it's a pretty good start for us. Obviously, we've kind of left a couple points on the table, but you know, compared to last year, we've started the year a lot better, so that's good. And you know, we're a more mature group. A lot of guys returning, so I'm excited, you know, to kind of see our group grow and continue to build as the season goes on.
No, absolutely. And I'm actually glad that you brought that up. Since this is your second full year in the AHL, is there a big difference or something that you've picked on personally, just kind of the growth from your first year to your second year here in the AHL with the Chicago Wolves?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just being more comfortable. You know, I kind of, you know the area now, you know, the fans, the city, you know the coaching staff a lot better, you know, the players, the systems. So everything's kind of the same, and, you know, just being a little bit more comfortable definitely make things a lot easier, you know, on the ice for us.
No, absolutely. And we do appreciate you joining us again. As I was doing a little bit of homework on you, Justin, I have to admit, I found that you have 2 birthplace homes or birth towns, if you will.
Yeah, listed as both. Yeah.
One place I saw was Quebec, Montreal area, and then the other one was Plano, Texas. Yeah. So do you have a stake of claim, or do you have do you have a favorite? You know, make sure you know, maybe clear the air here for us a little bit.
Yeah, that's a tough one because I'm born in Plano, Texas. I lived there until I was about 12 years old, and then we moved back home where my parents are from. So that would be in Quebec, Sherbrooke, Quebec. So
okay.
I don't really have a preference. I definitely like, you know, I forgot how nice the United States is, and I loved, my time in Plano, and then, moving back to Quebec was also very, very nice as well. But, this is my third year here playing in the United States pro hockey, so it's definitely very, very fun. And so yeah, I mean, I love the United States. I love Canada. It's kind of a tough one to pick between both.
Do you get a chance to practice your French here in Chicago?
Oh yeah, we got a lot of French guys on our team. So
Okay.
My French is pretty good.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I mean, I think we're like 4 or 5 guys, so we speak French quite a bit.
Okay.
I was actually out last night for, I guess you could call it a team dinner to an extent, because there was 2 of them with 2 of your teammates, Russian though, so they were practicing their Russian. We actually went to a Georgian restaurant. We were with, of course, friend of the show and recent birthday girl Hannah Arbitman, but we were out with Nikita Pavlichev and Amir Miftakov. So yeah, I think they were practicing their Russian. I didn't pick up on any of it, but if it was French, I wouldn't have known it either. So that was fun. So
no, I can confirm that was Russian.
yeah. So hopefully they're ready to go for tonight's game. Of course, this is going to be a big homestand for the Wolves, because then after that it'll be 5 straight games on the road. What are you kind of looking forward to with the road trip, but also even more so in the forefront these next 2 games at home?
Yeah, I mean, for sure it's 2 big games at home against an opponent that we don't see very often. So it'll be a good test for us. We played them last year, but they have a little bit of a different group, so it should be fun. I mean, always nice to play, new teams and new players. And then, yeah, like you said, a big road trip after that, and our first one of the, our first real road trip of the year. So that'll be a lot of fun. And it's nice to kind of get on the road with the guys and have dinners and spend time together. So that'll definitely be fun as well.
No, absolutely. You guys will play 5 games in 10 days. You'll be on the road from November 20th to November 30th. So quite the road trip you have coming up there. I do have to ask a little bit. I hope you don't mind, but obviously your father was an NHL professional. I think he spent 15 years in the league, Stefan. So I'm sure you guys talk pretty frequently. Is it nice to have the dad, with the NHL experience, kind of giving you pointers? Do you guys talk a lot about hockey in between games? Is he kind of coaching you up? How is that relationship like?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. Obviously, he's a big reason why I'm playing hockey today, and kind of gave me that passion and that love for the game. So I owe him a lot for that, and he's helped me, a lot over the years. We just talking, and it's nice to kind of be able to chit chat whenever, and just speak on different subjects of of the game. And so we're definitely most of our conversations are definitely kind of around something about stuff going on at the rink, or ice stuff. So he's helped me a lot. He's helped me grow, and he's been good about it too. He's not, he doesn't yell at me, or even younger. He wasn't the kind of the hard dad who would expect a lot from me. So he was always super supportive, and it's definitely nice to kind of have that feedback that I can have whenever I want.
Now, your dad played a short stint here in Chicago. Most of his time was in Dallas, but he also had time in Montreal, Anaheim, and Toronto. Of course, you got drafted by the Carolina Hurricanes, which, in the AHL level lands you here in Chicago. Did your dad kind of give you any tips or what to do when you are here in Chicago, or even on the road? Do you have any kind of like superstitions or places that you go to in towns that, you've been familiar with growing up, following your dad around, or, even ones that he's kind of recommended?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I actually was here when he was in Chicago. I was maybe not even like 1 year old. So
nice.
I don't remember anything, but I was here, and it was a short stint. I think he was only here for maybe 6 months or so. So But yeah, he loved it here, and obviously he has a couple memories. So whenever he's in town, we try and hit spots that he remembers. And but yeah, for on the road, I mean, honestly, I try not to be too picky about it. Obviously, if my dad's been pretty much everywhere in the United States, so if there's any restaurants or spots he recommends, I'll shoot him a text. But other than that, no real superstitions.
I get you.
I gotta ask. I've been going to Wolves games long time as a little kid. Never do I see the pageantry and the introduction that the Wolves bring. So as a fan, but as a player, I gotta ask. Does that intro for the Wolves, does that get you as hype as it does for the crowd? Because that's just some of the best things that the AHL has, just in general. Skates coming out there, popping off with the fireworks. Is that not the best intro? Does that get the whole squad fired up?
Yeah, I mean it's definitely cool. Like you said, it's kind of unique, right? I don't think I've never been in an arena that kind of has that type of pregame show. It kind of reminds me of Vegas a little bit, right? Like the kind of a big show before the game. So it's definitely nice. For us, we don't see a lot of it. What goes on beforehand. Obviously, the fireworks are nice, but I guess it's mostly, I think, for the fans and for them to kind of get into the game and help us create momentum as the game starts.
No, absolutely. And just to piggyback off that, because we're fortunate enough to be able to cover the team and we attend quite a bit of the home games. Is there an advantage in the first period ice when the pyrotechs are going off? Because I've noticed that like the ice is a little bit more watery on that visiting side.
I was going to ask.
Have you noticed at all like a competitive advantage on starting on the right side of the ice versus the left?
I haven't seen an advantage, to be honest. I don't. I haven't really noticed one. Obviously, with the fireworks and everything going on, the ice gets pretty bad.
Yeah.
And we're pretty used to it. So I would say that's kind of the advantage a little bit. It's funny to say it, but we're used to playing on that kind of bad ice, and so I think that would be kind of the biggest advantage that we have. But other than that, I haven't really noticed anything on either end. I just know that when the game starts and as the period goes on, especially at the end of each period, the ice gets pretty bad, and we're kind of used to it now, where we kind of try and use that to our advantage.
I had a quick stint job as like a maintenance person at Allstate Arena just for a couple months in there, and just seeing how they transform from monster truck or monster jam stuff to concerts to the ice surface, and then you peel those boards up, and as a hockey player I was just looking at that stuff and I'm like, man, I would not want to skate on this. But all credit to the Zamboni drivers there. They do a great job of getting that back into playing surface ready, so that there's no injuries and stuff like that. Maybe just an extra pass on the far side with the Zamboni to kind of even things out after the fire goes. So
at the very least, it's a mental advantage, maybe.
Maybe it's just all in our heads, right? So
100%.
But no, they do a great job. They it's pretty impressive how they can switch it up like that. Like you said, there's a lot of shows, and it's pretty impressive how they're able to do that quickly.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially when it comes time to get into the playoffs, you got to have that ice ready to go, especially for this Wolves team. You guys maybe got cut a little shorter than you would have liked last year. You had Rockford for the majority of that regular season in your back pocket, basically, and then when it came to playoffs, it was the other way around. So, is there a hunger with this Wolves team to kind of dig a little deeper come playoff time? Of course, you got to get through a tough regular season and a grueling AHL season first, but what are those goals coming up for the postseason, especially since you're in an interesting spot where you did get called up to the Hurricanes last year? So are you looking to possibly get yourself, of course, up to that NHL level, or are you looking more so for AHL playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, we play hockey for the playoffs, right? So, it's the best time of the year. And last year, like you said, we kind of cut it short. Unfortunately, things didn't really go our way. Obviously, the that first game that we play, we're supposed to go, I think we lose in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
So, that kind of, it can go either way. And then that second game is, we kind of lost that one, decisively. So, for goals for our team, I think the biggest thing is we'd like to maybe not play in that play-in series. That definitely helps us. That 2 and 3, you got to win 2 games. It's pretty short. So trying to make it, where we get that bye and we don't have to play in that play-in series would definitely be huge for us, as a group. So I think that's pretty much the goal right now. Trying to get as much points as we can and, not let any points, slip by us. So just so we can, try and insert ourselves into that first round automatically. And for me personally, I think, obviously you think, the goal is, for everyone playing in the AHL, everyone wants to go up and play in the NHL. So, that's not different for me. It's definitely something I've grown up, to aspire to be. And, right now I'm here trying to help the Wolves and, I'm trying to focus on that and, we'll see what the future holds.
No, 100%. And you're definitely doing your part right now, almost point per game. So obviously we can't be asking too much more of you. So Justin, we thank you for joining us. Last question before we let you go. Obviously you guys are playing the Monsters tonight at home. It is SpongeBob movie night. So do you have a favorite SpongeBob character that you used to watch as a kid?
Oh, not really. I don't even think I really watched that when I was younger. So,
okay.
What was the go-to cartoon?
I didn't know that, but that's nice to know that it's SpongeBob night tonight.
Yeah, SpongeBob movie night tonight. And then you have Family Sunday, obviously, the Red Kettle game for the Salvation Army, which is a great cause. Did you have a favorite cartoon growing up as a kid?
Not really. Not that I think of. I mean, it's off the top of my head, not really.
Okay, no big deal. It's all puck, man. All puck all the time. That's awesome. That's what we like to hear.
His favorite cartoon, Hockey Night in Canada.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, TSN. Yeah. Oh, man. So
there you go.
Awesome. Well, Justin, we appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us after morning skate. We hope you had a good practice. We wish you nothing but the best. We will be in attendance on Sunday to check you guys out against Cleveland. So thank you again for your time, and good luck the rest of the season.
All right, guys. Thank you. Awesome. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
That was Justin Robidas of the Chicago Wolves. Thank you again to the Wolves and Justin himself for coming on and coordinating that with us, so we get to talk a little bit of Chicago hockey at the AHL level.
We did some favorite cartoon.
Yeah, bro.
What are they doing?
All business. All business.
It's Montreal.
Oh, okay.
He's in a position where, I mean, we were talking playoffs, where if he gets called up to Carolina, he's almost guaranteed playoffs. If he stays at the Wolves level in the AHL, he's almost guaranteed playoffs. I mean, you got to work for it in both leagues, but
he's already got an NHL goal too.
That's true too. So I mean, that's going to be great going down the stretch for him and both the Hurricanes and the Wolves. So interested to see. Of course, Chicagoans are going to be a little bit more leaning towards the Wolves side of things, and looking to see how their AHL team goes on down the stretch. But we got a chance to talk to Dana Gray of the Rockford Ice Hogs as well, and we know there's a little bit of a rivalry there. But it's so hard. I say this all the time for Chicagoans to really choose between those two, because you want to root for the future of the Blackhawks. That's your NHL team here in Chicago, and that's what you're going to be seeing in the next 5 to 10 years. But the Wolves are still a Chicago team as well. Yep. So you got to wish for success on both fronts, and that's what we try to do here at AM 1410 WRMN.
If you get a chance, Nick, to check out his dad's highlights, Stefan Robidas.
He's nasty.
Animal.
He's
this dude,
nasty.
like this dude,
he's good.
This dude could throw him. This dude played the body. Yeah,
you
very
definitely see where his
defenseman.
son gets it from.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of tenacity in that man. So
love hearing that.
Shout out to Chicago Wolves and Justin for joining us, and of course Dana Gray. But do you want to talk about the big boys for just a second while we got a couple minutes here left?
Yeah. So we didn't really talk too much about Blackhawks. It's been a little bit of an up and down week for them. They hung in there in a tough game with the New Jersey Devils. In fact, had the lead at times, and a nasty goal from Sam Lafferty. But it was Nemitz from the New Jersey Devils that completes the hat trick in overtime, unfortunately, for the Blackhawks, and they get the extra point. But I wanted to say, we were talking about that road trip that the Blackhawks were on, and you were talking about maybe going 500 on the road trip. I was talking about just stealing points where you can, and we talked about it last week that's exactly what the Blackhawks did, and they continued to do that even after they got home against a tough New Jersey Devils team. Because, we talked a lot about that road trip, but then you forget that you're coming home to play a bunch of tough teams like the Devils, and tonight against the Toronto Maple Leafs at 6 p.m.
Without Austin Matthews, though.
Without Austin Matthews, yes, but still a playoff Toronto team nonetheless. But, I mean, that was a success on the road trip, a 5-1 victory against Detroit. We talked about Oliver Moore's first goal with Dana Gray. That was, just icing on top of the cake, the cherry on top, basically, for Oliver Moore to get his first one and for the Blackhawks to take it to Detroit like that. It's a team that, there still is semblance of a rivalry there, despite the different conferences. And then of course you've got Patrick Kane and Alex DeBrincat over there, so it's going to be a tough matchup, and who still owns Chicago every single time they match up against each other. But I saw the entire start to finish of that New Jersey Devils game, and that one was that really opened my eyes as to how this Blackhawks team has been fighting more so this year. Yeah. They've looked better. Oliver Moore, still a little quick. I mean, he's got that speed, so still a little quick to get into the zone, and then turns around and realizes he's got nobody with him. So he's got 4 sweaters around him that are not his team, and he's got to kind of figure out what to do with the puck. But that will come in time. He's only, 3 games into his NHL career, so he's going to figure that out. But also the Detroit game, going back to that, how about Arvid Soderblom? It was Soderblom on Soderblom violence, when it was his brother, who plays for the Detroit Red Wings, tried to stuff in attempt, and Arvid Soderblom shut the door. The goaltending for this Blackhawks team has been superb, and I know I sounded like I was, 2 weeks ago? I know I sounded like I was dogging on Spencer Knight for that one bad game. All I was trying to say is he's still young. He's still not quite there yet. But, I mean, look at the numbers. We talked about it last week that he's posting. And does he get the nod for Team USA? I think he should. No. I don't know about Vezina yet. I don't know about that, because you brought that up last week. But I think he definitely is, day in and day out, game in and game out, solidifying himself as the Blackhawks' next number 1 goaltender, which we talked to Dana Gray. He said that the goaltending has looked great in Rockford, and we know it's only a matter of time before Drew Commesso comes up and plays for this Chicago Blackhawks team. You kind of are in a really good problem right now if you're the Blackhawks organization, because you have a lot of really good developing goaltenders right now, and you're going to have to make a tough decision. Yeah. It's the best spot to be in, though.
Yeah, embarrassment of riches. The other thing the 2 things that I would, one, Connor Bedard is arriving.
Yes.
If you didn't think he was a superstar going into this year, you definitely think that now. He's got double-digit goals. He's easily, up there in the points leaders. And then our buddy here, Nick, is wearing his Duncan Keith jersey.
That is true, too.
Was there a reason why you decided to wear that today?
Obviously, Hall of Fame induction.
Yeah,
and our guy, Dana Gray, actually, I was listening to a couple of interviews. He said that this would have been one of his dream broadcasters to call a game with.
Oh,
Duncan Keith's not a broadcaster necessarily, but
we can make that happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Have him in the booth. That
was gonna be, if we had extra time, that was going to be my other question to him. Like, hey, is there any progress to making that dream happen? I don't know.
I'll ask him tonight when I see him. Yeah, I'll just see how we are looking at Duncan Keith. But yeah, I mean, it's the things are looking up. If they could be consistent, which they've shown so far that they can play with with teams quote unquote that are above them. So we'll see what happens. But
I like when I do hockey things. You guys are just like, very good, Nick. That's your job. This one's going right here, right on the fridge.
Gold star.
I was just
Duncan Keith reference is going right there.
I didn't even know you had a Duncan Keith jersey. Usually, when you start talking puck, you usually are doing the homework, which we always appreciate. Somebody's got to do it.
It's a good jersey to have.
But yeah, I was going to say, it's hard to not make friends in this city when you wear that jersey.
I know.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I still got to keep my teeth, so that's good too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you don't have to dunk any teeth, right? Yeah.
That's funny.
I actually have a friend whose father, I don't know if he still works for, I think it was past tense, worked security for one of the suites at Rockford, and would always open the door for when the NHLers were down there for different events. So Duncan Keith, Patrick Kane, Brent Seabrook, all those guys have been, even after their tenure, well, Patrick Kane didn't have a tenure in Rockford, but Keith and Seabrook had their tenures in Rockford. Even after, I think they'd go down and watch some of the guys coming up, and they'd be there in attendance for that stuff. So.
I didn't even know, too, real quick before we get out of here, I almost got hit by a puck in Rockford last Saturday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was taking photos on the boards, and somebody said heads, and I just covered, and it landed probably 3 feet behind me. And then
Protect
they gave
the
it
camera at all costs.
Yeah, it was scary because they gave the puck away.
And Dalton.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah. My workman's comp here, WRM, will take care of that. But yeah, no, I was a little upset because I didn't get a chance to even go grab the puck. They just gave it to somebody sitting in the lower level so fast. I was like, man, I love to have that.
So it was like the banana baseball that went off your shin.
Yes. I'm just a magnet apparently. That's right. I forgot about that.
Oh my goodness.
So,
that's your
that's my Mamma Mia.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, if you're gonna sit near the glass at a hockey game, make sure you're paying attention to the puck at all times. I see way too many people on their phone.
Watch out for flying pucks.
Yeah, pucks, ice, teeth, anything. It's all game.
Well, the Blackhawks are home tonight against Toronto. It's Tony Esposito bobblehead night tonight at 6 p.m. A puck drop at the United Center. Then it'll be Tuesday against the Calgary Flames at 7:30 at home, and 7 p.m. on Thursday against the Seattle Kraken before the Blackhawks go on the road for one game against a struggling Buffalo team next Friday at 6 p.m. But that is all of your hockey news, plus your basketball news, maybe a little bit of baseball. Football we threw in there for sure, right here on AM 1410 WRMN's On the Rise. Nick Johnston, Dalton Cooper, Mike Napolitano. We'll see you next week.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson says, like millions of Americans, he was happy to see the 43-day federal government shutdown end this week. But on the Salem News program this week on Capitol Hill with Tony Perkins, the Louisiana Republican said that when it came to shutting down the government this time around, the Democrats bit off more than they could chew.
Some of them regretted it. Some of them are in tough swing districts for their upcoming re-elects, and they didn't want to be a part of forcing any more pain on the American people, because this was real. I mean, it was really felt by a lot of people. As you know, you had millions of American families that went hungry over these 43 days, the longest shutdown in history. As you noted, you had people stranded in airports because of canceled flights. You had troops wondering where their next paycheck would come from. And enough Democrats woke up and said, man, I don't think I want to be associated with that anymore. So we got it done, and I'm glad it's finally over.
Speaker Johnson's entire This Week on Capitol Hill interview aired today on the Salem News Channel. There is a big change in U.S. flight plans.
Even though the government shutdown is over, the FAA says the current mandatory 6% flight cuts are being downgraded to 3%. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has repeatedly said restrictions will remain until staffing at air traffic control facilities stabilizes and safety metrics improve. How long it will take for the aviation system to stabilize is unclear. Duffy has said controllers and other FAA employees should receive 70% of their back pay soon, with the rest to come. Ed Donahue, Washington.
And Republican strategist Aaron McGuire says GOP has proven itself better at helping America's youth than Democrats.
If you look at the Mondami vote, obviously New York City is not a massive microcosm or a great lens for the country, but you saw 81% of young females vote for Mondami. I do think that young men are gradually moving toward more conservatism.
McGuire spoke with the Salem Radio Network. More at townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The planned merger of two railroads appears to still be on track.
Shareholders of Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern have backed the railroad's proposed $85 billion merger to create the nation's first coast-to-coast rail network. Roughly 99% of both railroads' shareholders voted to support the largest rail merger in history, but the U.S. Surface Transportation Board must still approve it before the deal can be completed. A group of 9 Republican state attorneys general on Friday raised competition concerns about the merger plan.
That is Bill Alexander reporting. For the first time in weeks, the American public about to get a glance at the real economic data. The Labor Department will be releasing its numbers on September hiring and unemployment next Thursday. That's a month and a half late due to government shutdown issues. A lack of data means that the Federal Reserve, businesses, policymakers, and investors have largely been in the dark. Breaking news at townhall.com. Karen Chamis reports on a corruption scandal in Ukraine's government.
Timur Mindich has been named as the mastermind behind a $100 million embezzlement scheme in Ukraine. An investigation by anti-corruption agencies revealed his influence over top officials and the state nuclear power company. Mindich, who was reportedly tipped off, has fled the country. 2 top ministers have resigned. Kyiv resident and serviceman Denis Bidish said Ukraine should be using all the money it can on defense during this time of war and that it should not be stolen to line people's pockets. Mindich's rise is linked to his past business ties with President Volodymyr Zelensky. Until recently, Mindich was known as a producer in the entertainment industry. Mindich is also under investigation for alleged dealings with a drone company. I'm Karen Chamas.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fixed bayonets, comrades. This is Chief Guard of the Republic Radio Show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt every Saturday, noon until 2 on WRMN 1410 AM, the Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Our studio call-in number is 847-931-1410. And for those of you who don't want your voice on the air because you're being... because you're being stalked by someone or some government or some terrorists, our text line is 505-926-1410. Or hit us up in the comments on the YouTube live channel at WRMN1410.com. Or YouTube, WRMN 1410 YouTube channel too. Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I see that the government contractors started losing enough money that they forced the shutdown to end.
It's all over. It was like a month of Sundays. It's all over.
Yeah, it's all done. Now they got to go back to work, and nothing's changed, and nothing's going to change, and it's just wild. But
well, they got to go back to work just before the primary election for the congressman. Yeah.
Don't they just start primarying in April, or?
No, our primary is going to be like in February or March. So it's real quick. It's right after, the signatures here come in around Labor Day, and then the big fundraising starts, and then the election is in full swing by December, January. So we got our primary coming up in the spring real soon. And, kind of funny how it all collapses and everybody's back, so they don't want to miss that flow of the old pinstripe patronage or the election funding.
Yeah, and our boy Dick Durbin there decides that he's going to be one of the 8 people to take the party hit.
Well, he's leaving. He's moving on. We got we got the lieutenant governor woman. She's in the fight, and we got some other people in the fight, so we'll see. The interesting thing, I keep talking about this, is, I told you I sent that letter to Broadview a ways back during the stuff. Several of the people running for that congressional seat up there, in fact, one of them just got indicted, were on the front lines of the, disturbance. And they use civil disobedience and rioting as a campaign tool now. It's something we should be watching out for.
Yeah, well, you know what, they get their base all shook up. Say, hey, why don't you come out here and have fun? And if you can't come out here and have fun, why don't you just go and vote, because you're the base, and then we can have more fun. And then the other thing is they want to intimidate the other side, or whatever other side, the people that they're against. They want to intimidate them not to come out and vote, saying, hey, we're out here, we don't care, we're going to riot no matter what, you might get hurt, so just stay inside, you'll be safe inside. It's all a big game, and they could talk from either side on this, how it's a bad thing when someone else is doing it, but it's a good thing when they're doing it. Either way, it's like wild. It's like artificial intelligence. I was just on artificial intelligence, and I asked it 2 things. What are the benefits of illegal aliens getting driver's licenses? And it said lower insurance rates, because you'll have more educated drivers that are buying insurance. And if we have a bigger group of customers, then you can lower the price. And then I go to artificial intelligence and I go, what is bad about illegal aliens having driver's licenses? And it said increased insurance rates. I'm like, it's like, okay, this is the same artificial intelligence, right? It's telling you one thing. Oh, they're estimating, what do you want to hear? Artificial intelligence is telling you what you kind of want to hear. And then when I put it in a bad tone, it tells me the reverse. So when you get out like that, and you could tell both sides of the story, and hopefully you'll get your way from everyone as much as possible. But the thing is that artificial intelligence really doesn't control that, and you can't argue with it. You can argue with the people that are programming it and entering the data, but you can't argue with it. It's not going to change its mind unless you're the programmer. And one of the big things was that I would like to see, and I think we wanted to talk about this today, was how do you prove, just because you give someone a driver's license, that they're going to go out and buy insurance? Is there a way to prove that?
Well, there used to be a requirement that you had to show proof of insurance before you could get your plates, but they abolished that because so many people didn't have it, and it was interfering with the voters that they had to repeal that. So that would be a good way.
On a base level, if you get your car towed by the city into one of the city lots, they will not let you drive it off of their lot unless you have a driver's license, proof of insurance, a city sticker, and the plate sticker. You could tow it out of there with a tow truck, but you cannot drive it off. So that's probably the only way they can enforce this, right? And I'm sure I haven't had my car towed in quite a while, but I don't know if that's changed. If anyone knows if that's changed, at least in Chicago, give a call in here at 847-931-1410 and let me know if that policy has changed, because if you're just letting an uninsured driver, leave the lot, then shouldn't you have some liability?
You want to hear a real good towing story that I have?
Yes, I do.
It's a really good one. So I was called by the Inspector General of the Department of Children and Family Services to go to one of their facilities about some fraud. And, their facility is kind of up the block from the Juvenile Justice Center on Hamilton,
They have a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah. So
how did you get in?
Huh?
How did you get in? As I remember, they had ballistic glass and they had armored doors, and you had to be buzzed in. They wouldn't even let the police in there.
Well, no, this was good. So they had a parking lot, and it was kind of in the city, but it had kind of like real fine gravel. That's part of the story. So I parked my car, and I had a sticker from the police department and also from the state's attorney's office that said official car felony review. So I put the sticker in my window, right? And I go in and I have my meeting. And I said to the woman, I said, I'm in the lot here. They're not going to tow my car, are they? And she says, oh, no, they won't tow your car. So anyway, so I was in the meeting, I'd say maybe an hour and a half, and I come out and my car's gone. And at first it was a shock. I go, oh my God, my car is stolen. And then I look down and I see like skid marks. Okay. So I realized they had towed my car, So anyway, I go back in and I go, who tows from your lot? And they go, a Lincoln Towing. Okay. And I said, oh, wow. I go, can I call Lincoln Towing? And I ask them if they have my car. And they're like playing games with me. And I go, I'm kind of worried because of the way I had my car. I said, you guys didn't damage it or anything. They said, no, it's up at our lot. And they have a lot up north by Area 5 somewhere.
Yes,
I know. Where that's at?
I do.
Yeah. So anyway, I go back in and I go, can you have one of your investigators drive me to their lot? And they were very nice. They did. Of course, like he booked. That guy drove me up there and booked. So I go in and like you're saying, it had bulletproof glass and everything. So I go in there and I said, I believe you have my car. And they go, what kind of car is it? And I told them, and they go, yeah, we have your car, and it's like $300, right? And I said, no, I don't think so. And they said, well, it's $300. And I said, I don't really think so. And they go, oh yeah, it is. I go, give me my car. And they go, no. I said, well, then we got a problem. I go, you're all under arrest. And they go, what are you talking about?
Possession of a stolen motor vehicle.
Well, no, I said, I'm in an official capacity and you just stole my car. I said, you're all under arrest. And they go, no, we're not. So then I got on the phone and I called a felony review. My friend was there and I go, hey, Darren, I'm on official business. Call the boss. And I go, Lincoln Towing's got my car. And I go, they don't want to give it back. I said, I'm going to call the police. I said, I want them all arrested. He said, if they don't give you your car back, they're all arrested. Okay. So I called the police, and 5 cars came out and a sergeant. And I said, you're going to see, it says official business. I was there. I go, call felony review. They call felony review. They go in there, and the guy didn't want to give him the car. And they go, I don't think you understand. I go, he's going to arrest all of you. And then next thing you know, I got my car. And it didn't cost me anything. And I guess they knew how to tow it. But yeah, so, sometimes, the Pirates with the Lincoln Towing lost, and sometimes they won. But so, yeah, it was interesting.
So kind of the same story. A guy had bought a warehouse in the back of the yards. I mean, he literally just bought this place, but he closed on it. It was his place. He owned it now. It had transferred ownership. And the old owner had, the old Action Iron. Was it Action? No, I forget. The one over on the one over by Pershing, all right? The towing company over there, back of yards. And anyways, he bought this building, and the towing company had a contract with the previous owner, and they put the signs up, right? And so these drivers, they're one step away from crackheads, and they're looking for their tow because they're not making hourly, they're making by the head. The more cars they tow, the more money they make, right? And once they hook it, they drive it in there, right? So this guy's got the guy had money, and this was a very nice Lincoln, a brand new Lincoln that they had towed away, and he was kind of upset. So we go over there, right? And now they're supposed to call in to the department when they tow a car, right? They're supposed to call in, and they're supposed to do it kind of beforehand, right? So that when the person comes out and finds their car missing and they call the police could run the number right away and say, oh, no, it wasn't stolen. It was towed. And then then there's not the mistake of an RD number and the stuff getting entered into leads twice under 2 different things. It's all confusing. But they hadn't done that because it's just short time. I go over there and we go to the tow lot, and I think the patrolman had called me because auto theft, and they didn't know how this was going to work and everything. So I go there, and the guy could see his car. He says, "That your car?" I go, "Yeah." I tell the guy working the gate, I says, "Hey, open the gate. We're taking that car." And now I'm the police, and I got the uniformed police with me. He goes, "No." I'm like, "I'm sorry. You're a licensed premise in the city of Chicago. I am a sworn officer of the city of Chicago. I'm inspecting your licensed premise." Right? He says, no. And I says, okay. I put him in handcuffs. I says, you're under arrest for possession of a stolen motor vehicle because you said you're in charge here. That's on your lot now that you're in charge of. That's a stolen car. I says, he doesn't have it. You have it. You have no authority to have it. Right? I says, I'm not going to argue with you. He says, let me call my boss. Let me call my boss. I says, okay. Right? Go into his office, dial the phone. Here, because he's still in handcuffs. I says, give me your phone. I says, on top of that, I am going to count every car in this lot. I'm going to run every single VIN. And for every car I find that's stolen, I'm going to charge you as the owner. I will get a warrant and come out and get you. Well, I'll give him the car back. I'm like, ho, that's all it took, huh? But here's these guys, they're like, but they got, you know what the hubris is? Why they have that hubris, Paul? Why they think they're such BAs? Because they got politicians in their pockets.
Right.
And if they have time to make a phone call, right, they'll make a phone call and then suddenly you'll be getting a phone call saying, what are you doing? Leave him alone. I'm like, stop. What about this guy here? So it goes into that. And it comes back to politicians do whatever the hell they want, whether it's legal or not. And here, Governor Pritzker, is he not a lawyer?
That was clearly evident when he was trying to buy the Obama's seat when Blagojevich did not know he was a lawyer. And then he goes, "Are you a lawyer?" And he goes, "Yeah, I could make you the attorney general because I might make Lisa Madigan the senator." But yeah, he's a lawyer. He is.
Yes. So he should know the law. He should have a basic understanding of civics. He should have a basic understanding of the U.S. Constitution on which all the state constitutions are based, correct?
Correct.
All right, so when you have the Department of Transportation, right, that says that you have to be a legal resident, legal resident, or legally here with a visa, right? Legal resident, you got to prove residency to have a driver's license issued by a state, right? You can't have two state drivers. You can't have Illinois and you can't have Minnesota. That's a federal felony. Right? You only have one state. So basically, when the state issues it, the Department of Transportation has overwatch, right? So if you issue out a license to a legal alien, you are going in direct violation of the federal government, and you should know that. But they're doing it here now. Okay. Everyone out there, put on your tinfoil hats. Here it comes, right? Well, follow the money. All right? Follow the money to who? Well, to the insurance companies. Well, wait a second. Don't the insurance companies lose money when they have to pay out if an illegal alien gets in an accident and has it, they have to pay out on that? And won't they have to pay out if there's a hit and run and then you have the uninsured motorist? I go, have to pay out. Hire a lawyer, sue them, and then prove that they weren't working in good faith, and then get extra money. But they play the odds on that, and they have the bean counters, they have the actuaries. All right. So even though they know that 20% of the population and probably 80% of illegal aliens, I don't know why an illegal alien would get insurance, right? They'll just boost the rates of the guys that are your 90% of the population that wants to remain legit, or 80%, let's say 80%, because they say 20% of the drivers out there aren't insured, right? So they boosted on that 80%. So they say, their actuaries say, oh, because there's more drivers on the road, there's more accidents, therefore we have to boost the rates because we're paying out more. So it's not a victimless crime. You are paying for that. Not a lot, but just enough. But if everyone, 80% pays enough, then they're making money. I guarantee you they're not losing money on this. And when they looked at, if we gave licenses to all these illegal aliens and they're all out there legitimately on the road, and not legitimate, but they're out there on the road, and we could count them. Now we have a population count, and we could say, well, this many drivers are on the road, so now we could raise the rates based on that, and they make more money. So it behooved them to make that happen. Right? They want more and more out there so they could charge you more and more. They are doing nothing to get your rates down. They're trying to make it where you're not going to make a claim, right? But that's even better for them. If everyone had insurance and no one ever made a claim, that's so much better for them. Right? So there is, I believe, and if you want to look at the AI for it, the good reasons for having, illegal aliens having driver's licenses. One of them was, so they could get their kids to the hospital. Okay. So you say that they're going to have a car. This is wild, right? They say that they're going to have a car, right? And because they have a car and a driver's license, they're going to get insurance. And then, because they have the card, they could drive their kid to the hospital, which means that they're going to have medical insurance too, that they pay for. Right, Paul?
Oh, of course.
I'm just following the logic here, but it makes no sense.
I follow that 100%. Not really.
Not really. Yeah. And again, it's happy feelings, but practically and in reality, this doesn't happen. This is not a legitimate reason. It's the 1 in a billion thing. It's the 1 in a billion. But what about this 1 in a billion person? What about him? Who cares about him? He don't care about me. He's making sure my insurance rates are boosted. He's making sure I got a longer wait in the emergency room. He's making sure of all these things on me. If you look, there's some sort of self-centeredness here, right? You have to have a little bit of self-centeredness, a little bit, right? And you have to look in, how does it, well, it doesn't affect me that much, but it does affect me. And what did I ever do to this guy? Did I go down to Venezuela and vote socialist? No. Did I train up with Che Guevara down in Cuba? No. All right. So all these things, I'm looking at how it affects me. It cost me, if it cost me a penny more, I never stole a penny from this guy in my life. But all of a sudden, he stole a penny from a billion people, and a million pennies are what? $10,000? Yeah, $10,000. In effect, he has a $10,000 accident, right? And the insurance company charges a million people a penny more. He's just stolen from a million people because the insurance company is going to go to their CEO and say, hey, dude, another one of those illegal aliens that you supposedly insured got in an accident, out of pocket. Come on, dude, out of pocket. He's going to, no. Pass it on to the little people. So when we get back for the second quarter of the Chief Guard of the Republic's show, we're going to talk more about how this directly affects national defense. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo. November, Echo, Tango.
Elgin isn't just a city, it's a community built on connection, innovation, and opportunity. And at the heart of it all is the Elgin Chamber of Commerce. For over a century, the Elgin Chamber has helped local businesses grow, connecting entrepreneurs, advocating for progress, and inspiring the leaders of tomorrow. Whether you're a new business just starting out or an established company looking to expand, the Elgin Chamber is your partner for success. Join a powerful network of leaders making a difference in our community every day. Together, we're shaping the future of Elgin, one connection at a time. Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce, where business and community grow together. Call now, 847-741-5660, or go to info@elginchamber.com. Contact Carol Gieske.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater.
But supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day. And a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk, a message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tuman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Fixed bayonets, comrades. We're back for the second quarter of the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with co-hosts Mike Tuman and Paul Burvitt every Saturday noon to 2. Call in at 847-931-1410. Text us at 505-926-1410 or hit us up on the YouTube Live on WRMN 1410's channel. And Paul, so I want to give a call out to any veteran that joined up as a truck driver, any veteran that went into the military as a truck driver that, you know, was 16 to 18 years old. They joined. They had a social security number. They had registered for the draft, even though they joined. They went through 8 weeks of basic training, and then they went through another 8 weeks of driver's school, learned everything about the big rigs, and especially if you drove a clutch as opposed to the automatics. I understand everything's automatic now, all right? And that you went through all this training, safety training, and extra special if you had hazmat. A lot of guys had hazmat because they had to transport ammunition. Anyone transporting ammunition had to have a hazmat thing on their driver's license. Certificate. Yeah, well, just the annotation, right? So all that you went through, then you come out, right, and you maybe get a civilian job, but you've been driving for 3 years in the military, the big rigs and everything. And they make you jump through hoops. You got to go see a doctor, and the doctor's got to give you, the roto-rooting and everything else, and say, hey, you're still fine to be on this, driving on the streets. And then you take another written test, and you get out there, you get your CDL, and now you work for a company, and you're lucky enough to join the Teamsters. So you get a union thing on the Teamsters, right? And you've been through all that, and maybe it took you 5 or 6 years. And nobody came in, God knows, because he's not documented, hasn't given a real name, no one's fingerprinted him, no one's swabbed him for DNA, he hasn't taken a photo, right, except for his driver's license photo. He goes into California, and he wants a CDL, and they give him one, and the name on the CDL is no name given. And they do this accidentally 17,000 times. 17,000. Paul, is that an accident? You do the same thing 17,000 times?
No, not at all.
It's trained, encouraged, or directed behavior. directed. I would say it's directed. I'd say they're told to do that. And then here's the funniest thing out of all this. Oh, California revokes them. Sorry, dude, they're already on the road. They already got a rig. They're already driving until the police stop them and run their license and say, hey, this is revoked, Mr. No Name Given. And lock them up for driving on a revoked license. And then, what's their defense? I didn't know. Is that a legit defense at this point when California just says, oh, well, I think it is. Because you went in there, you got the license. If they didn't call you personally, and how could they call you? They don't have your phone number. And they sent you a notice, but you haven't lived there ever, right? For residency. And you didn't get it, and they can't prove you didn't get it because they didn't send it certified return receipt. So they can't prove service or attempted service, right? It's a big joke. It's like one time I was testifying, and the state's attorney told me, listen, I'm going to ask you this, and the defense attorney is going to object. But before he objects, I want you to get that answer out because the jury will hear it. I don't know how ethical that was, that he knew that something wasn't going to be accepted and probably be object to and probably sustained by the judge, the objection be sustained by the judge, but he still wanted me to answer it. And I answered it, and the funny thing was no one objected. I was okay. The jury heard it. So you already committed this. Official misconduct, all right, is doing something, right? Either not doing your job or doing your job in such a way that it's against the rules and everything, right? That you get locked up for official misconduct. Well, in the state of California, it seems like there was 17,000 cases of official misconduct. Now people got killed. What is the case law behind that, and how can the people's relatives and everything else, their next of kin, how can they sue, right, the state of California for this?
No, you could sue California anytime you want. You'd have to allege that there was a pattern in practice.
17,000 seems a pattern in practice to me.
And it was intentional, and it was done not as it wasn't done negligently
with malice.
It was done with intent and knowledge, foreknowledge, and then you'd go after them for that. And
you'd have to get a lawyer to do that, right? And you have to pay him, right?
Because there will be so many motions on that case will go on for years.
So they know they. Do you think the people, the leadership, elected leadership in California knows that for a fact?
Oh, absolutely.
And they're betting on it, right?
Correct.
So they're committing an act that they know is dangerous, right? Or should know is dangerous. They're committing this act, letting it happen, knowing knowing full well, right, that there's going to be no repercussions for that.
Their act is called reckless disregard, which is actually an element of how you could go against them, because they've acted with abandon or reckless disregard. So the mere fact that they're doing it kind of verifies their lack of concern and their culpability in it, I would say.
But it wasn't just them. It was also New York doing it, and then it was Illinois doing it, and then it was Wisconsin doing it, and then Colorado's doing it, right?
Correct.
But it was California and New York, I believe, were doing the CDLs. Everyone else is just doing regular driver's licenses. But once you get a driver's license from Illinois, then you go to California, and you flip that. You turn in your Illinois driver's license. You get a California driver's license, and that's your first step on the way to a CDL.
Right.
Because now you got, oh, look, I got residence in California and I got my driver's license. And all right, so what I'd like is get a big shout out here, get someone calling me in from the Teamsters, because I hadn't heard anything about them either. You know, you would think I have a union. my union is made up of truck drivers, right? I got a lot of truck drivers. Very important union, right? A very important time in the United States for labor. The Teamsters, fine, right? Back in the day, they had their glory, right? And they did things great for this country. I don't have anything particularly against unions in general. I have things against union leadership, right? But where is anyone saying anything about these 17,000 jobs that were taken by, because they didn't get a CDL not to work, just to have it? You know, sometimes people will get certificates or they'll get licenses and they'll never use them. They just say, I have it. You know, they'll put something on their, you know, I'm PhD, right? I'm such and such. I'm not a professor, right? I'm not I don't work for any companies. I don't do consulting work or anything like that. I just went to the schools and I'm a PhD, okay? Sometimes that happens, but I don't think that happens 17,000 times. I think that they're all working. And the thing, okay, so getting back to Chicago and law enforcement here, right, is that I had a case where a taxi driver downtown got in a road rage incident and pulled a woman out of her car, and started slapping her around, punching her. And his fare got out of the taxi and kicked the snot out of him and then walked away. And then the taxi driver ran off, right? And now this woman makes a case report. I get stuck with it, right? Wonderful, right? You know, so all I got is a taxi number. I don't have an ID on the driver because, oh yeah, they're supposed to have, right? They are supposed to have a chauffeur's license. Guess what? The guy that owns that taxi he doesn't even have a chauffeur's license. He never drives it. He leases it out. It's only, you know, that taxi is running 24/7. It's running all the time. He's got different drivers renting out. They pay him cash. He doesn't care if they have a driver's license. He doesn't care if they're legal or not. It's all cash business for him, right? They're like subcontractors, but they're dangerous. So now I get this guy, and I says, okay, well, you know, he's kind of laughing at me. He thinks that I don't have a case because he didn't do anything. He's just laughing until I go to Chicago, the guys that control the taxis. I says, call this taxi number in for an inspection. And they do, and they call me up. Oh, it'll be here at this time. And I go out there, and I'm waiting for someone to drive up in that taxi. Well, it's the guy that drives up in the taxi isn't even close to the description of my offender, right? But he's not the owner either. So we take the taxi from him. I have the taxi towed, and before I have it towed, I pry off the medallion, and I inventory the medallion. So he can get that taxi out of the lot, but he doesn't have a medallion anymore. So I inventory it, and now, he's concerned. Now he starts calling bosses and stuff, and he's complaining. And I tell the bosses, I says, absolutely not. I'm not giving that back. You give it back to him. I says, you give it back to him. He punched out a woman downtown, right? He didn't, but his fare did. And he's not giving up, his driver did. And he's not giving up the name, and no one's giving up the name. And this is the only leverage I have against him. The only leverage. So he calls me up. Now he's in tears because he still owes money on that medallion. He had to mortgage it, right? He is still paying off the money on that medallion. And he's not making any money off of it. It's like throwing money away, right? So I says, I will give you the medallion back as soon as, because he was rude to me over the phone, right? Said some choice words to me. I says, as soon as the person that punched that lady in the face turns himself in, but not only turns himself in, he has to plead guilty in court, and the court case has to be over with. As soon as the court case is over with and he has pled guilty and he's found guilty, right, then I will release the medallion back to you. And the guy was in tears.
So finally, I put together the best photo array I could from people in the area where this guy had lived and everything, and, you know, doing my detective job. And I go back to the victim's place, right, to have her pick her out. And her husband meets me at the door, right? And he says, "Get out of here and stop harassing us." I go, "What do you mean harassing you? I've got a photo array of the man that possibly, I'm pretty sure this guy was it, right? That possibly punched your wife in the face downtown. Don't you care about that?" He says, "Just get out of here. We don't want to deal with it anymore." Guess what happened? The taxi owner, he paid him off. He absolutely paid him off. I hope it cost him a bunch of money. And I hope the guy that they took a payoff for his wife getting beaten by some guy downtown, I hope that guy really feels for himself, really feels like a big man. I hope he used some of that money to take to exercise or to build up, or to take some martial arts, something to get some more testosterone in his body. But what happened next? You know, I was still going to hold on to the medallion because no one had, you know, I don't make idle threats like that. I says, until this guy, I don't care. You could have no victim. It's still involved in a crime. I'm not going to clear. I'm the investigator. I'm not going to clear that case. Right? I got sent to Afghanistan. So I just gave up on it. You know? No, it wasn't because I wasn't giving the guy's medallion back, but here's the thing, right? That guy knew he had an illegal guy driving for him that wasn't licensed, that wasn't supposed to be licensed, right? And he's making money off of him. As long as he's making money off of him, he didn't care. That guy hurt someone, not with the taxi, but just being out there, he hurt someone, right? No one cared. No one cared until you're personally injured by it. And then when they're personally injured, just enough money soothes their soul. So let's take this to the extreme on this one, right? If they don't need to be legal aliens, right, to get these driver's licenses, why don't we just give them pilot's licenses? What's the difference?
Believe me, they were not exactly that atrocious, but they were really planning on doing that with pilots.
Yeah. Or how about this one? How about heavy equipment? You see those big 30-ton cranes? You know, we have to pay this guy union wages, and he's been working that machine. He's never had an accident. He's a professional. He knows it inside out. He knows what he's doing. But he's asking $100 an hour. Well, he's worth it because we do a lot of work with that and no one gets hurt. This guy here that doesn't speak English, he'll do it for $15 minimum wage, cash. No problem. The crane falls over, wipes out 60 cars. That's what we got insurance for. Or it's not our fault. He was a subcontractor. We got this contract. He subcontracted.
They'll throw their hands up and say, who would have expected that?
Who could have known? Who could have known? What are you going to do? Who could have known? We signed a subcontract. And that's what these truckers, that's why these guys are on the road. Not because they work for a company, but they're subcontracting to another company. And all the liability is written on there. You know, we'd have no liability. You're contracting to take this load from this point A to point B. And then they're leasing these trucks from a guy that says, I have no liability for this, right? You're just paying me cash for so long in the lease, right? Then they crack it up and the guy goes, the guy's out the big rig, but he goes to his insurance company and say, oh, well, they lied to me, so you got to cover this and whatever, right? So the only people that are lost are the people that are hurt on this. And the main people that are hurt, not the big guys, it's the little guys, maybe a penny, a dime, $1 a month. You're hurt. But it's not just you, it's like 1 million people. But that's money that could go to other things, keep the economy rolling. But it's all going back to these insurance companies that have done the bean counting, figured out how much it cost them to,
run these advertisements, run this, run these psychological operations. Because if you look at the AI, feel sad for these guys because they got to get their kids to school. I know a lot of people in the ghetto without cars and their kids get to school. Don't they, Paul? They get to school. They get to school miles and miles away from their home every day without fail, except Saturdays and Sundays. They don't have cars. So where has that become a point, Like there's not public transportation. When I was a kid, Paul, we had the CTA running like every half mile. There was a line every half mile. Kedzie, California, Western, and then you had 39th, 43rd, 47th. You didn't have to walk more than, a quarter mile to get anywhere because there was always a bus line there. Then all of a sudden, for some reason, the prices go up and the service goes down. Why? That's to me, why? Because people aren't paying. They're giving free rides to like everyone, and then so you got to pay, but then that's not enough to cover it. So then they gotta. It's all messed up on that. All right, and so you got. What are your thoughts on that, Paul?
I lived a block east of Cicero, and from 1973, the fall, till actually 2 years, but from 1973 to maybe 1976, okay? I would leave every morning around 5 in the morning, and I'd walk from basically Arby's over there to Bogan. And then I'd stand there, about 5:45 or so, and then the buzzer would open and the school would open up, and then you'd go in, and then you'd get ready for your first class or whatever it was. And I don't ever recall once taking the bus to school. And as far as leaving school, I took the bus maybe 3 times, okay? And a lot of times I try to take the bus, but I'd start walking. And then I'd get to where, what is it? What's the middle street over there?
Costner.
Costner. I get to Costner, and there'd still be no bus.
Yeah.
And then
so then the bus come by, and you're like, what's the point?
Well, around Kilpatrick, but I only had a block to go, so I just walked the rest of the way, right? So maybe 3 times. And then I started driving after the summer of 76.
Let me ask you, when you started driving, all right, let me ask you this. Had you taken driver's ed?
I did, yeah.
Did you have a permit beforehand?
I did.
Did you drive around with your mom and dad for a while?
I did.
All right. Was the car licensed with a city sticker and insured?
It was.
Wow. So you did all that. Then you drove to school.
Correct. And then to be able to drive to school, you had to have a sticker, which you had to pay for, and it had to be in the back of your car. All right. And at that time, I actually pointed this out because there's a couple of model trains right now that are about $5,000 just for the engines. And I said, that's like $2,000, $3,000 more than my first car, because I got a brand new 1975 Dodge Dart Custom in 1976. Was the end of the year, thing going on. And I got it for like $2,000 something, like $2,100. And I had a sticker in the window. And I'm talking to you, it was like a 69 Dart, but it was beige, but it was a 75, and it had the vinyl roof, and it said California Custom. That's because it had an add-on defroster in the back and an add-on air conditioner in the front from the factory. But everybody thought I was cool. I mean, I was driving a Dodge Dart Cuss. I mean, it was cool, and it had the slant 6 engine. But anyway, I took the bus 3 times in my life, and then then I drove, and it was I had a really good time in high school. I came home, I picked my mother up. We used to go shopping. I take her to all the grocery stores and things like that. And there was no problem. I had no tickets. Nobody was looking at me. I went to school. I came home. I wasn't driving on the road killing people. You know what I'm saying? It was a very peaceful and pleasant life, and it was a good thing,
But what's the point? Why would you even pay for a car? Why would you pay for a license plate? Why would you pay for a license? Why would you pay for it? Just drive it.
Because you're being responsible. You know what I'm saying?
Responsible. Being responsible.
Yeah.
Being responsible.
That's a concept we don't understand right now.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back for the second half of Chief Guard of the Republic show. I promise I'll get into where we roll it into national defense. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
As well as the Safeguard Agreement. The IAEA and Western nations say Tehran had an organized nuclear weapons program until 2003. I'm Karen Shamas.
Stocks rebounded after an early slump Friday.
Stocks mostly recovered from an early slump on Wall Street in another bumpy day of trading. The S&P 500 was down as much as 1.3% in the early going Friday before ending with a dip of just 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite erased its early loss and flipped to a gain of 0.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 309 points, about 0.7%. Nvidia began the day with a steep loss, then turned higher in the middle of the day, pulling the market along with it. Bitcoin and gold, two other investor favorites, ended lower. Seth Sutel, New York.
More at townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
Correspondent Donna Werner reports President Trump has threatened a 107% tariff on some imported pasta.
A U.S. Commerce Department review based on allegations that Italian pasta makers were undercutting U.S. competitors by selling Italian pasta at below market prices has President Donald Trump threatening to raise tariffs on imported pasta by a total of 107%. In Philadelphia, Sal Ariema's Claudio Specialty Food has been in business for more than 60 years.
Pasta's a pretty small sector to pick on. Pasta, it's a basic food. Something's got to be sacred.
Still, Ariema thinks some Americans will pay the increased prices.
I mean, for Italian pasta, especially really good Italian pasta, people will pay.
I'm Donna Warder.
Disney and YouTube TV have reached a new deal to bring channels like ABC and ESPN back to the Google-owned live streaming platform. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. GOP strategist Aaron McGuire says young American males and young American females have very different political leanings these days.
We're looking at more young women shifting to the left. And I do think that's because of the abortion conversation in the country and the fact that we've let Democrats run ripshot over us on the difference between providing health care to women, making sure they can survive if there's a medical emergency, and what we believe to be fair and true as conservatives when it comes to protecting two lives.
McGuire was interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. President Trump has announced the removal of some U.S. tariffs on beef, coffee, tropical fruits, and other commodities. That's after growing pressure to address the high consumer prices. The president had focused on tariffs to boost domestic production and the overall U.S. economy. And he's planning to send out so-called tariff checks, if that's allowed by the Supreme Court, starting next year. More of these stories at Town Hall.
For nearly 50 years, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council and Kane Senior Council have been dedicated to serving seniors in DuPage and Kane counties. Established in 1975, the DuPage Senior Citizens Council is a volunteer-driven 501c3 non-for-profit organization committed to helping older adults live with dignity. From providing nutritious meals to offering support services, the Kane Senior Council is there every step of the way. With programs designed to enhance independence and quality of life, they're proud to make a difference in the lives of their senior neighbors. To learn more or to volunteer, visit them at 418B Airport Road in Elgin or head to their website at caneseniorcouncil.org. Give them a call at 630-338-0999. That's 630-338-0999. That's the Kane Senior Council, caring for seniors because they deserve to live with dignity and respect. Visit caneseniorcouncil.org or call 630-338-0999 today.
Fixed Bayonets, comrades, Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tuman and Paul Burvid every Saturday, noon until 2. And today, We still got the voice of 847-931-1410 and the text of 505-926-1410. So, Paul, the 17,000 people that California documented were in this country and supposedly had Social Security numbers. All right. How many of them registered for the draft?
I bet none.
I bet none too. I bet the first thing, when they give out the Social Security numbers, okay, so how did they get these Social Security numbers? It's not like they walk across the border or come in through Canada or, swim offshore from a rowboat from what they call a tramp steamer along the coast, right? And they come in, maybe they come in as luggage, or maybe they were kidnapped and just dropped here. Who knows, right? When they hit the hospital, for whatever reason, and they have no means of paying, no insurance, the first thing the social workers do is apply to get them a Social Security number.
Correct.
And then they apply to put them on Medicaid.
Correct.
Or Medicare.
Yeah.
And this seems like it's legitimizing it, but it's the hospital's way of recouping their loss from the federal government.
It's all about the Benjamins.
Yeah. So the hospital's doing this, and then that person walks off. All right. Now they got a Social Security number, and now they might not even know they're listed as Medicare or Medicaid, and they hit the next hospital under no name given this time, right? And they get another Social Security number, and they get another Medicaid thing. And now, now they got that. They got the Social Security number, or they may or may not know about it, but they use that as, they use that to go get an ID. Now, Paul, why did we have to, back in the day, I had to show my driver's license or my ID, my state ID, to get on an airplane, and that was good enough. Because they're like, oh, this guy's got a state of Illinois ID. He's a resident of the state of Illinois. He had to show his birth certificate, his Social Security, a bill or something, or a letter signed by his mother.
Bill, yeah, something like that. Lease, lease. You got it.
And he's a real person. Then all of a sudden they said, oh, now you got to have this real ID. Hold on a second.
With a star on it, yeah.
Hold on a second. Why do I have to? If I had to jump through all these hoops in the first place to get my driver's license. Oh, because now
they gave 17,000 of them to the vagrants.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, and we don't know if they're real. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they are. So now you got to jump through those hoops all over again to get a little star on your ID. I had to take time out, drive over there, stand in line, all right?
Present yourself. Present your forms of ID.
Four times.
Yeah. And then
this guy, that guy, the other guy.
And then they give you a paper one, and then the real one comes several days later in the mail.
But I had to pay for it.
A lot of money.
$5, right?
Well, potato.
But I lost a day of work if I had worked. If I was working, right? Lost a day of work. I lost the gas money. I had to park in their lot, which was like taking a risk all in itself, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, well, can I deduct this off my taxes? Is it a straight out, there's a deduction and then there's a credit? Can I take this as a tax credit now? $5 off what I owe the state?
You should be able to.
Should be able to. It's not my fault. It was. Hey, listen, didn't we have a governor that when he was Secretary of State did some hinky stuff with CDLs, and then he became governor, and then they threw him in prison?
George Ryan.
Not because what he did as governor, but because what he did as Secretary of State, giving away these driver's licenses.
Yeah.
I think precedence was set.
Yeah.
All right. But now that's not happening anymore. No one seems to be no one's threatened with indictments. All right. But, George Ryan, they trace the money, they traced actual like bribery and everything down to him.
Well, he carried no money. That was the thing. Everybody gave him something. The stories that came out where he never had a dollar in his wallet, it was all came from somebody else.
But there's none of that. So now we have people with quasi-legitimate IDs. Now, when you go to register to vote, right? Do you think the people registering to vote are looking for the star on your driver's license or state of Illinois ID?
No, it's motor voter. It's once you get the ID, the card comes.
Yeah,
it's motor voter. It's 50 state motor voter. Well, as soon as you go, you apply for the ID, you get the card. It's all good. It's all good. It's the motor voter bill. It's all good.
When you get that form, aren't you supposed to be honest on there and say, hey, listen, I don't want to register to vote because I'm not a citizen?
No, you put no, they still send it. It's great. I mean, it's it's the best. I mean, you get, and then you know what's really good? Every single election, because it's a friend of mine has a way to look at the mail. I guess mine is coming for the next one. You get them every 6 months now. I just collect them. I mean, it's really good. But we talked about this before, and it allows you to get a rifle from the CMP because you have to prove citizenship. You send them your voter registration card, and they go, if he's got a voter's card, he's got to be a citizen. So, it's all good, Mike. I mean, I get the card.
You just scared me. I'm man, you just scared me. That's eye-opening now. That's scary.
I'm telling you, I got so many cards. I collect them. And then, I told you they got the new deal where you do the stuff online. I even sent you a picture. So now you're a good old citizen. And then
my interpretation.
There's some requirements, whether you're a veteran or you have to shoot in a match or something like that. And then of course, you have to have your state gun card or everything. But it makes you a citizen. It
makes you. Listen, here's the thing. It doesn't make you a citizen.
But it does because
But the logic of it, I'm trying to think of it.
I never went anywhere in school where they gave me a certificate that said I was a citizen. And in reality, how can I prove I'm a citizen? If you didn't go through a court, think about it. If you don't go through the swear of the ceremony at the federal courthouse, how do you and I prove we're a citizen?
Well, I have my parents' birth certificates and my birth certificate. They were born in the United States. I was born in the United States.
Really prove it?
I think Holy Cross Hospital is in the United States. Now there might be some question as that if you were born on a U.S. flag shipped at sea, or if you were born in an embassy, or if you were born of two citizens that are living overseas. There's a question there. But yeah, I get where you're going, Paul. I get where you're going.
They don't all the time take your footprints. They don't. There's no. I mean, the childhood picture is not going to work today. So that's what's. This is the law of unintended consequences. This is what this is about, and it will never be 100% foolproof.
No, well,
because of what they do.
I want it to be 99% foolproof instead of 80%.
Well, it's not even 80. It's about 62.4 right now.
Yeah, it's okay. My interpretation of the law when I read it, which probably just being a layman here, right, is that it's not a felony to register to vote if you're not legally entitled to vote. It is not a felony. Now, if you go and vote, the person that registered you to vote is guilty of the felony. All right? That was my intention. You could register all day long, but as long as you don't vote, you're good. So you could say you're a registered voter, but you never voted. You get me on that?
Well, it's even more complicated because they register you automatically.
Yeah. So that's not a crime to be registered to vote if you're not entitled to vote. The crime is when you actually go in and vote. All right? But here's where it gets even, like you said, even crazier. So people are stupid. There's a lot of, and they use it as a defense.
Other place.
They use it as a defense, okay? And so they get a voter's registration card in the mail every 6 months. I get it. My girlfriend gets it at my house and everything. And she's been living there for 8 years. All right. She's a citizen. We get in, we go out to vote. So if average Joe goes out there and he gets this registration, he says to himself, he goes, well, I must be good to vote because they sent me this registration card. He doesn't think saying, hey, they're stupid because I'm not a citizen. I shouldn't be voting. All right? But they sent me this card, so I guess I'm okay to vote. So they go in and vote, and if he gets caught voting, his defense is, well, they sent me the card. Why shouldn't I vote?
That's exactly right. You're exactly right.
All right. And so they're like, oh, well, we can't prosecute him for that. He's right. He doesn't have an intent here because he's too stupid. And they're just going to say he could be absolute genius level. He could have a 185 IQ and know damn well that he shouldn't be able to vote, right? Because he's not a citizen, and that's the law. He could have a Juris Doctorate that he came over here as a foreign student, got it from Yale or whatever, and know this for a fact, right? And he could still go out and vote and then play dumb. Well, they sent me the card. Why shouldn't I do it? You know, they send you a free ticket and you go to the Bears game, right? They send you a free ticket for the Bears game, you go to the Bears game. Did you commit a crime? You didn't pay for the ticket. Okay. Let's put in a little analogy or whatever here. Do the Bears ticket thing, right? You live at, let's say 4949 on some block, right? And the next block over, Joe Schmo lives there, and he's a lifetime Bears fan, and he won some, the Bears love him and everything because he's a lifetime fan. They got his name out of a raffle or something, and they send his ticket to your block, to your mailbox. You don't even look at the name. You open it up. Here's a free Bears ticket, and you go to the game. Hey, the post office delivered it to my house. Well, you should have known it wasn't yours. Really? Really? How much junk mail you get?
I thought it was an anonymous benefactor.
Yeah. Well, did you look at it? It's not, there's no name on the ticket. It's just the ticket. So that's where they get this with the thing. Then because they registered all those people to vote with the residency, right? Because the motor voter, just like you're saying, now the census comes through. And even if these people are smart enough not to vote, I probably a great portion of them aren't voting out there on their own. I wouldn't say that they were that type of person. They wouldn't bother with it. That's like there's nothing in it for them, really, right? So I'm saying that the people are using them, right? The census comes in and says, oh, you have all these registered voters, so you must have this many people living here, so we're going to give you this percentage of the representation. And because your local government or state government that leans that way, right, they're happy to have it. It's just smoke and mirrors.
But here's where the problem's going to come up when I said registering for the draft, right? They don't base, right? They're not going to base the draft on voter registration. They're just going to do it on registered people. And that's why it's a federal law that all males have to register at 18. Because if they have to draft, right, they're going to go by the draft registration. What they should do is go by the registered voters and say, hey, but I'm not a citizen. Too bad. Too bad. You like the Marines? We're sending you to the Marines. And guess what? It's getting a little iffy in Formosa. If that, honestly, you want to deport people, go to war with China. I guarantee you they will deport themselves. Because if you went to war with China, there would be old guys like me driving the paddy wagon, press ganging everyone I saw. It'd be like the Ukraine. Or, I'm sorry, did I say the Ukraine? I deeply apologize. It would be like Ukraine without the though. It would be like Ukraine, all right, where they are press ganging people literally off the streets. I saw, I don't know if it's true or not. It was just going around the internet for a while. But supposedly Angelina Jolie went over there and hired some local security. As soon as she showed up with her local security, they press ganged her local security and sent them to the front. Oh, you guys look like healthy young men. Oh, you could carry out weapons? Have we got a job for you? And they can't even, they're trying to flee that country like, man, Romania's border is closed. Hungary's border is closed. They're not letting any of them out. They are on that border. Anyone shows up at the border, they're press ganged. Imagine if we had, if customs and ICE turned around on the border and every guy that tried to get back across the border out of the country, they just joined the Marines or joined the infantry or the submarine corps. I don't know. What's the most dangerous job in the Navy, I'm not the Navy SEALs because those guys are highly trained. You don't just join to be a Navy SEAL. You got to really put yourself out there. You're not a press gang draftee if you're going to be a Navy SEAL. But there's some very dangerous jobs. Put them on a destroyer. Put them on one of these missile frigates or something where they're going to be a big target. Or what was your dad on? I think that would be probably the most dangerous job in the Navy right now.
The LSTs, yeah.
Be on one of those LSTs, yeah. Littoral ships, because then you're in range of everything. All right, you're not just out in the middle of the ocean. You're in range of shore artillery, missiles, aircraft, everything. All right, but that isn't happening. That isn't happening. However, I've got to say, if we have all these, and I hate to say it, right, but we're the only country that really doesn't look at it this way, but I think the Russians and the Chinese kind of look at it. They're looking at us and they're saying, well, at least the Chinese are saying, we got 1.5 billion people. A lot of those are disposable. Hundreds of millions of disposable people. And then they look at the United States and they go, how many disposable people does the United States have? And then they add up all the illegal aliens in the United States and they go, whoop, well, that's a considerable amount. You get where I'm going, Paul?
Yeah, but
if we could throw more disposable people at them than they could throw at us.
You're bringing up an important point, and it's going to sound facetious, but it's not. There's a cartoon out there. It's a Chinese cartoon, okay? And I swear I didn't know they were bears. There's these two figures, and they're one's a white bear and one's a brown bear, and they're bears. Okay, I thought they were another animal. All right, and it's kind of like a husband and wife thing. It's kind of a nice thing, it's kind of a national thing. You can see one's called Boo Boo and the other's called Doo Doo. Okay, and they've got a family and children and everything. And I saw something about 2 weeks ago that frightened me because they're Chinese. So the boy bear is Doo Doo. All right, and he was on the back of a camouflage bus, and he's crying, and Boo Boo's crying, and he says, "I'm an Army officer, and I must go and do my duty." Okay, so what they're doing is they're conditioning the young people already for the coming conflict, like kind of Superman did in the 30s with going after the Germans and stuff like that. And you could tell it's for real. And anybody that doesn't believe it's for real is a fool. And when you're conditioning your little kids and your adults and everything for the coming conflict that's maybe 3, 5, 7 years away, you're not paying attention to it, and we're over here playing games, we're going to have a big awakening. And I keep telling people, you get one of these, we only got 10 or 12 of them. You get one of these aircraft carriers and it gets destroyed or sunk and you're down 5,000 people. There's going to be a lot of hurt in this country, and people better start waking up.
Okay, so
they better start waking up.
Going back to what they're saying there, yeah, people better start waking up. And when we come back for the last quarter of the Chief Guard of the Republic show, I'm really going to get into, because I just watched some YouTube history movies. All right, YouTube history, and it had to do with the Navy in World War II. And I know a little bit about history, just enough to get slapped in the face in a bar. But there are some things to talk about when you're talking about indoctrination and preparing the people, and that is kind of a fascism, all right? Preparing the people, indoctrinating them like that is a form of fascism, all right? You're preparing them to fight for the state, not to fight for to defend themselves, to defend their families. It's the state. All right, so we got some more commercials coming up. I hope you hear about my books on this set of commercials.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Tune in to Big Top Sports
with Derek Geyer every weeknight from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
You'll have sports thoughts from the center ring of Chicagoland and to the outer rings from across the nation.
Weather from Chicago Cubs,
White Sox,
Bulls,
Bears,
Blackhawks,
Stars,
Fire,
Boomers, whatever the national story is of the day.
Geyer and his sports czar takes will either have you nodding in agreement,
Yelling at the radio,
or in all honesty,
a bit of both.
with the way the Chicagoland sports and sports are in general, there's bound to be
Thrills,
chills, and
oh my god moments. So get your snacks and libations ready,
because this is going to be a wild ride.
Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer's quirky and insightful Fanatics take
will make you feel a little
or a lot better about your Chicagoland sports viewing experiences.
Tune in to Big Top Sports with Derek Geyer. Every weeknight from 6 p.m.
to 8 p.m.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the green way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. Apolitical Talk Show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays, 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Fix bayonets, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts Mike Tuman and Paul Burvitt every Saturday noon to 1 on WRMN 1410 AM. The Fox River Valley Media Network, streaming on WRMN1410.com. Studio call-in numbers are 847-931-1410, 505-926-1410. Hit us up in the comments on the YouTube live channel of WRMN 1410. Don't forget that we have our own YouTube channel, Chief Guard of the Republic, where you can see our shows. And we also have a webpage, cgr.scilink.net. If you just go to scilink.net, all you'll see is my books. But there'll be a link there for CGR. You could go to links there. Now scroll down. All right, flyingmonkey.com. Yeah, there you go, Flying Monkey. And then go to novels. There we go. Yeah, so I got quite a few novels out there. Yeah. And I've got another one almost ready to publish. It's the sequel to I Married a Bot Madam, which is the first one right up there. Click in there. Go. Yeah, I got the sequel coming up to this one. So it'll be pretty good. I'm enjoying it already, and I probably read it about 15 times already, doing all the proofreading and in my head. So like I said, it would be really nice then it just like Motor Voter, we had Motor Draft. Oh, by the way, as you get this driver's license, it's not funny, but let's have you watch this this video first, and then we show the opening scenes of what was that? Saving Private Ryan, because that was pretty brutal. I think that was one of the most brutal things I've ever seen. Yeah. Or we show you some of the scenes of of Black Hawk Down. There's another one, right? And then we go, do you sure you want this Illinois driver's license? Because you're also going to be registered for the draft. And if we get that many people registered for the draft, like you're saying, Paul, there's an indoctrination going on. You have almost total state, you do have total state control. They have do you know they have billionaires in China?
Oh, I bet they do, yeah.
Why would they have a billionaire and then have a poor person? They're communist. Does someone actually need $1 billion?
So the billionaires are in the Communist Party and they're pulling the strings.
Until they're not. They go through billionaires quite a bit. They throw them in prison when they're not right there, right? So,
but the Chinese are really big on rehabilitating their communism.
Yeah, but I bet you they don't rehabilitate their bank accounts.
Right. That's true.
So that's kind of fascism. So they got these rich, powerful people controlling all the businesses. They're making money off the businesses, but the state kind of controls them. It's a back and forth thing, right? So they have total control. They're able to indoctrinate the people because they don't got to worry if someone in their press says, "Oh, they shouldn't be using those teddy bears like that to indoctrinate the children." Suddenly, they're in what? They're in a camp, right?
Oh yeah,
re-educated. They're no longer the press. They're like, off you go. The Japanese did that with their people. Of course, the Japanese did not have the population that China has, but they were kicking the snot out of the population that China had, right? And yes, China was split up between warlords, and you had the communists in the north, and you had Chiang Kai-shek in the south, and, so there wasn't really a united front against the Japanese, right? But they still had a lot of people, and they still couldn't hold the Japanese back, who weren't as strong as us, right, in industrial capacity. But if you go to war with us, if you don't wipe out our industrial capacity right off the bat, you're doomed. You're doomed. Because Raytheon, General Dynamics, Chrysler's known by something else now, but all these companies, all these companies will come out of the woodwork and ramp up production like you wouldn't believe. And inside of 6 months, we'll be rolling aircraft carriers out of the docks again. Whatever ship they're building, they'll just scrap whatever it was going to be and throw a landing strip on top of it. Our production capability will be nuts, all right? And that's how we defeated them, just production. The production of the smaller ships. You remember when they talked about the victory ships, and that right. there was a race to produce them, and that they
got them down to like 30 hours.
30 hours was the winner. They produced the victory ship in 30 hours. And here's the funny thing, right? I think there were 3 brothers that were running these things, and they were in competition with each other. Correct. So it wasn't just one produced in 30 hours. There was one produced in like 36 hours and another one in like 37 hours.
Right.
So within 2 days, you had 3 victory ships. Boom. In 2 days. Right. Well, the same thing was with destroyers. They were producing like 2 a month. When the Japanese said, they'd only be able to, I think it was 6 a month. They said they'd only be able to produce at the most at full capacity 2 a month. Right. And we're putting out 6 a month. So what happened was Rosie the Riveter and not Dora the Explorer. What rhymes with what rhymes welder? Wendy the Welder. So Rosie the Riveter, Wendy the Welder, all the females came into the workforce. All right. And on top of that, minorities that were banned from a lot of this, what they called skilled labor, right? Back in the day, the 40s was a little bit more, it was a little less best qualified person for the job as opposed to who you were as a person, not going to talk about that. There are the times, but all these minorities broke into these not broke in, but not burglarized, but they were brought in out of necessity, and they started getting skilled jobs, and they started working this, and they started putting, our industrial might to work. And if we are able to take low-skilled workers, right, and throw them in the infantry, right, then our more skilled workers back home can be producing at a high rate of industry, right, until we run out of those low-skilled workers. That is what's going to deter people that know history. We don't have to go. They talk about rare earth metals, all right? Those are for certain things, right? But we could get rare earth metals from South Africa. We get rare earth metals from other places. But we haven't even scratched the surface of our natural resources because we're protective of them, because we want a nice country. We're not turning the Yellow River into mud, all right? We got the Mississippi, we got all this stuff, we got water, all right? So I think that's one of the things that's a deterrence. And yes, to increase that deterrence, on top of motor voter, we should have motor draft. What's a better word? Motor draft. Detroit draft. The Motor City. So you're getting an Illinois driver's license. You're now part of the Detroit draft. What do you think of that proposition there? Is it too off the wall? Because it's simple.
It's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good.
You give them a driver's license, you can register them to vote, you can register them for, registering for the draft is even easier. Here's my name, here's my birthday. Boop. There you go, you registered for the draft. Congratulations, get a little draft registration number. I still have my original. Because like for every federal job you have to apply for every federal thing you got to apply for, they want to know what your draft number is, or your registration number is. Draft number is a different thing. So there's a benefit there. Got to look at the silver lining. That's what I would put down on artificial intelligence. Why is illegal aliens having a driver's license a good thing? Well, we could register them for the draft. Oh no! They're putting up in Park Ridge by my buddy's house a dispensary. This is Park Ridge, right? And it was an old VFW that apparently was totally mismanaged. But Park Ridge ended up getting it for taxes and everything. And they go, what are we going to do with this property? It was just sitting there vacant, an eyesore. And they said, some guy bid to make it a dispensary. Well, you know who's going to make money off of that? Not the people. It's not going to benefit the people one bit. It's going to benefit a couple politically connected people that are going to make. It's just a cash. It's a cash printing machine. That's all it is. All right. If I wanted to invest in that, if they wanted to do, if they had a competitive bidding process on that, I would win because I would lowball it so much knowing that I would make up the money in the future. But my buddy's upset because, he doesn't live too far away that could have an effect on his property values. I says, well, you should have been up there protesting the dispensary and demanding that they put in a methadone clinic instead. Oh, my heart goes out for him. My heart goes out for him. I want a methadone clinic here. And then have those same people look at you and go, man, wait a second. He took it to its logical conclusion, right? Well, how? What? And you're not making money off methadone clinic, are you? But you're having compassion for the heroin addicts, aren't you?
You're helping the addicts, yes.
You're helping them. You got the compassion. You got more compassion than the people with the dispensary for people that need.
Right. The up and smoke people, yeah.
So you're basically slapping them with their own what do you call it?
You're giving them their rationale back.
Yeah,
where they can't compete with it.
They're like, what? So then you see the hypocrisy come out, right? Then you see, but that'll lower the property values and the property taxes and everything else. They don't care about that right now because the dispensary is a cash printing machine, so they don't care about that, right? But when you go to the extreme, now they're going to care a bit, and then maybe they'll walk away from the project if you're able to say, well, why don't we do this? So if they're going to give out driver's licenses and give the motor voter, why don't we have our nice leadership that doesn't like this out there demanding that we have motor draft or the Detroit draft, right? I don't know, Detroit, what's a good D word for Illinois?
How about draft and go?
Draft and go, yeah. Draft and go. Yeah. Chicago Dogs and draft. Draft and go. Yeah, so that would be the counterpoint. And if you could say that this is just as important as voting, right? Doing your civic duty to defend the nation in the body politic, right? Then they're going to back off from that and say, well, maybe we shouldn't do that. Yeah, maybe just the citizens.
Let's think about this a little bit.
Let's think about it.
Let's discuss a little bit.
So when they do something nuts, you should find something even more nuts. I don't think it's nuts, but they can't argue. They're like up. They can't really argue with to get them off their thing. It's like, okay. It's like here's a secret to raising kids, right? Kids ask for stuff. They ask for some expensive stuff, some stuff isn't good for them, right? Some stuff you don't agree with. So rather than just say, maybe, we'll see, which is a flat out no, but it's kind of a chicken shit. It's kind of like a chicken no, right? It's kind of like a cowardly way to say no because you don't want them crying and blustering and screaming at you. You just get tired of that. It's just old after a while, right? So when they ask you for something that you don't agree with, you say, okay, but first you have to. My daughter wanted to move in with her friends that were going to school and share an apartment with them, but they needed someone to co-sign for the lease. And I'm like, their parents aren't co-signing for this lease. One of them was kind of like, he was like not in with his parents anymore. The other one, he was good with his parents and everything, but they didn't want him living there either, right? But my daughter goes there. I says, sure. I want you to show me the first and the last month's rent and the security deposit in cash. In cash. Then I will co-sign for the lease. So I gave him something that I knew wasn't going to happen. They weren't going to put that much cash together. Right? So that was going to happen. I didn't say no. I just gave them something, a parameter, something that would be very difficult to show that they were dead interested in it and they were going to have skin in that game. Skin in the game. None of these politicians have skin in the game. So when they want to do something, someone else has got to come up and make sure they have skin in that game. Right? You want to do this? We're good with it. We're good with it as long as you do this for us. And that's what like the shutdown was. They're like, we're going to cut this out. And they said, well, we're not going to vote for it then if you cut that out. I'm like, okay. And they just held off, right? Until finally it went through, right? What's going to happen? I'm not saying now, some of those senators actually have skin in the game because they held tight, right? They said, hey, we own this now. But the trouble with the illegal aliens having the privileges of driving and having everything else out here is they have zero skin in the game. They're not paying. They may be indirectly paying property taxes. They may be renting off of a landlord, right, and paying property taxes. They might be indirectly paying not income taxes, but Social Security taxes by working under someone else's Social Security number, right? But they have not registered for the draft. They have no skin in protecting this country, knowing full well that unless we're out there press ganging them during time of war, that no one's going to send them a letter saying it's time for you to do your what did the Chinese say? To do their duty as a Chinese officer, right? It's time for you to do your duty as a resident, an undocumented resident. I'm not saying citizen, but as a resident of the United States, you know, for the privilege of living here, we want you to go and dodge SKS bullets. What is it? 7.62 times 39, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we want you to go dodge those for a while. If you make it through that and everything's okay, you can come back here, but you still got to apply for citizenship. But we'll put you to the front of the line. It's like when the guy, and the thing that doesn't come out, right? And I feel for the guy. He was in the Marines, right? He did his term in the Marines, but he wasn't a citizen. He wasn't a U.S. citizen. You don't have to be a U.S. citizen to join the military. Don't have to be. You only have to have a green card. So he was a permanent resident alien. So he was not a citizen yet. He did his time in the Marines, and then he got locked up for felony dope charges. And they revoked his permanent resident alien card and deported him. And people were saying, oh, he's a U.S. veteran, and you deported him. That doesn't give you any special, being a veteran really doesn't give you any special rights if you don't earn them and you don't protect those rights. By committing a felony of dealing drugs, you fail to protect the rights that you had earned. Had he not committed that felony, he would still be a veteran and still be in line to apply for citizenship, but he never did. Whose fault is that?
His.
Absolutely. Now, had he become a citizen and then got convicted of the felony, now you could say they're deporting a U.S. citizen, but he wasn't. He was a resident alien. So when you see him pull that one out, say, yeah, we should let that, what about all the child murderers and everything? If you were a resident alien and you're serving in the service, that gives you carte blanche to commit any felony you want and not be deported. No. Doesn't make sense. So, it's like the little snowball that starts rolling downhill and becoming a bigger snowball, right? As the privileges increase, right? They want more and more privileges. It gets bigger, more and more entitlement, right? Less reason to leave, because when you leave, unless you got direct deposit and no one knows you left, and you got SSI disability through whatever scam went through, all right? And that check keeps coming into your bank account and you're cashing the checks overseas and you're not here anymore, right? Then you leave. But if all of your privileges and perks and benefits are going to stop if you leave, there's no reason for you to leave. But if you stop all those perks and privileges, then there's no reason for you to stay, because it becomes more difficult for you if you don't speak the language, if no one will hire you for a job, if no one will rent an apartment to you, a place for you to stay. And I feel for that. That's terrible. No one will rent an apartment for you because it's against the law. That's why. I don't have to commit a crime because you want to be here. Again, what did you ever do for me? That's where the self-serving, I got to look introspect. I'm like, what did they ever do for me? What are they going to do for me? The only thing I could think of is that they're going to take the place of more capable actual U.S. citizens paying taxes in here, registered and everything that we know of. They're going to take their places overseas on the front line, catching 7.62 millimeter rounds. If that's even going to happen. The war is never good. I don't wish war on anyone. You know, it's a losing proposition on all the sides, except for the military-industrial complex. It seems to always do well. Even Eisenhower didn't like those guys. He was a general. He was a 4-star, and he says, look out for these guys, man. They're bad news. You know, I think he was right. You know, my current novel, I'm going to use a few minutes here to speak about my current novel, is the sequel to I Married a Bot Madam. And one of the things in it is it's got a big corporation there, and murder and all sorts of stuff evolve. Murder and revenge, right, come out because of a capability that the defense industry would really like to have. It would be great. Right now it's fictional. I don't know how far along scientists are on it, and I never had any classified access to any of these things that are possible, right? But I could see ahead. I could think in the abstract. And yes, you know, so they're trying to seize this one company from a couple people that own it, you know, by any means necessary, and that might involve murder, and then there'll be revenge. So it does involve artificial intelligence, machine learning, and an android. And next week, please listen to us, Chief Guard of the Republic. I don't have to beg. You don't have to listen. Yeah. But if you like the show, tell your friends. Tell your relatives.
Have a great week.
Yeah, have a great week. Peace out.